Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 79th business meeting, a four-year term. This is the 25th and final council meeting of 2022 that includes one special adjourned meeting held earlier this calendar year. Tonight's council agenda is 41 pages long, contains 112 items. That includes one proposed council rules change, a public comment period, 2 resolutions on public hearing, 37 regular resolutions, 17 bills on first reading, 17 second reading measures, and 37 ordinances on third and final reading. In addition, the council will select 4 members to a new tax incentive and abatement study and formulating committee that includes up to 2 members of the council. The council rule change regards the power of committees to either defer or indefinitely defer legislation. Perhaps the most high-profile action the council will take tonight are 2 bills related to the proposed $2.1 billion roof stadium for the Tennessee Titans NFL football team. The stadium would be built on the east bank of the Cumberland River near the present Nissan Stadium. Both these pieces of legislation could see final action tonight and perhaps approval. Council has been studying these bills and the overall project for the last few months in multiple committee meetings lasted over several hours and also conducting public hearings across town. One of the bills is BL 2022-1529, an ordinance on third reading tonight. It would increase the city's hotel-motel privilege tax in the amount of 1%. The proceeds would be used for a part of the city's share of construction and future capital improvements to the new enclosed stadium and its debt service. The council has changed the effective date for the new increased tax from February 1st of next year until the approval of final binding documents to construct the stadium, which of course at this point is still not certain. It depends on when that final agreement is negotiated and when it is then approved by the council. There's also an amendment to seek information on rebating the room tax, by the way, to the homeless who use motels and hotels for housing. In that regard, a non-binding term sheet, which you mentioned before, RS 2022-1827, describing the terms and conditions of the agreements and transactions to this project, is again before the council tonight. The council has been leery of this non-binding agreement, but the City Sports Authority approved the non-binding term sheet earlier this month. The council has added an amendment to further underscore the non-binding nature of the term sheet. There are 8 to 10 additional amendments that have been offered in committee yesterday. The Budget and Finance Committee met for over 3 hours yesterday. These amendments would either further clarify or amend the non-binding, but reinforce the non-binding nature of this term sheet, while also trying to put the council's stamp on it. One other amendment being proposed tonight seeks to have a portion of the naming rights for the new stadium that would go back to the city's general fund to support public schools, public transit, and local affordable housing programs. Even with all these caveats and changes potentially, it's believed both these bills will receive final approval tonight, moving the stadium project a major step forward. That is, unless these amendments create unexpected difficulties. There's one other resolution and one amendment of note related to the stadium finances. RS 2022-1926, sponsored by council members Mendez and Welch, would ask Metro to decline $50 million of the proceeds from state bonds to be used for the stadium. If the state of Tennessee agrees to do that, to decline that, take that $50 million, they would then in turn use those funds to provide adequate and appropriate facilities for this children in custody for the Tennessee Department of Children's Services. By the way, the state is giving over $500 million in bonds for this particular project. Elsewhere tonight, Resolution 2022-1899 deals with the immediate future of Metro's safety net General Hospital at Meharry Medical College. The bill is a proposal negotiated by Mayor John Cooper and Meharry officials. Ever since the city moved to General Hospital to Meharry in the mid-1990s, Metro has paid off only the cost of the bonds that were issued at that time to renovate the facilities. Those bonds will soon be paid off. Meharry has long wanted a fair market rental rate for that to be paid. There are also lesser financial issues that have come up as well. The bill before the council settles all that, but the agreement lasts only until 2027, leaving open to question further negotiations where Metro General, where will it be after 2027? Will it be at Meharry or elsewhere in the city? There is a council amendment tonight that would be added to this that would allow General to stay at Meharry at the same terms after 2027 if a new agreement has not been negotiated. Under RS 2022-1911, the council would settle a lawsuit against the city brought by firefighter Joshua Lipscomb. Lipscomb was suspended last year for some of his social media actions, including tweeting that a majority of Metro council members are white supremacists. Lipscomb filed suit saying his First Amendment rights had been violated. Several council members spoke out to defend Lipscomb, but the city's legal department recommends the best course of action now is to settle the lawsuit by paying $450,000 to Mr. Lipscomb. Among other bills, in the wake of city's tight finances in previous years, RS 2022-1901 would set a new policies for dipping into the city's fund balances. Meanwhile, 4 different resolutions, RS 2022-1903 through 1906, would allocate $19 million in American Rescue Funds. That includes $5 million to Metro General Services for the renovation of the Magruder Family Resources Center, $2 million to the YWCA Nashville and Middle Tennessee for repairs and infrastructure improvements to the Weaver Domestic Violence Center, $10 million to Fisk University for the renovation and upgrading of the Burris Hall, in a private-public partnership with Metro government to establish a small business entrepreneurship and innovation facility in North Nashville, and just over $2 million to the Metropolitan Action Commission for repairs and safety improvements to Metro's owned child care centers. Under RS 2022-1900, the city would accept a grant of nearly $39,000 from the Tennessee Historical Commission to provide a comprehensive and countywide cemetery preservation plan. Metro would provide a match of just under $26,000. RS 2022-1903 would approve an economic impact plan for the proposed Madison Station project. The legislation would provide tax financing for the development to cover costs related to public infrastructure and site development. The project is expected to generate a significant amount of jobs, taxes, and related development in the Madison area. Under 4 different resolutions, the council will consider an intergovernmental agreement between the Metro Police and several Middle Tennessee counties on how to share a state grant to assist with investigations of internet crimes against children, provide public assistance from damages caused by severe storms, straight-line winds, and tornadoes back in December of 2021. The council is expected to approve RS 22-1921. The city would receive a state grant of over $775,000. The city would provide a match to that of about $40,000. Under memorializing resolutions, the council will recognize the life of journalist Peter Cooper, recognize World War II veteran Virgil Mann, honor Heidi Weinberg's service as executive director of the ACLU of Tennessee, honor James Henry Jake Gerald, and recognizing his contributions to Nashville, congratulating Fisk University student Kellen Franklin for his appearance on the Wheel of Fortune's College Week, and recognize Tennessee State University's Tigers volleyball team as the 2022 Ohio Valley Conference champions. On second reading, the council will again consider BL 2022-1528 to increase the size of several of the city's boards and commissions to foster more diversity and representation. A substitute bill is being offered tonight to move that matter forward. The bill has 14 co-sponsors, but it has already been deferred twice to work out these details. RS 2022-1572 would again seek to clarify the city's existing traffic calming program maintained by the city's Department of Transportation and provide additional regulations for privately funded traffic calming projects. The council has struggled with this matter for several months, and a new substitute bill is being proposed on this as well tonight. Finally, on second reading, BL 2022-1533 is a bill that would approve a routine easement acceptance on Charlotte Avenue, but an amendment has been filed by sponsor Councilmember David Rosenberg to change the effective date of the legislation from final approval to the bill to a date determined by the director of Metro's Homeless Impact Division, that all occupants of the 7002 Charlotte Pike have been provided with permanent or semi-permanent housing. 7002 Charlotte is the location of the controversial Brookmead Homeless Center, where Metro always had signs up saying the camp will be closed by the end of this year. The council deferred the bill 2 weeks ago because Councilmember Rosenberg was not present at that time during the meeting. There is an amendment to clarify this tonight, and also a substitute resolution to further clarify the bill and move it along. On third reading, the council will consider final approval of BL 2022-1530 to rewrite the rules, regulations, permits, and fees involved in excavating in or obstructing the public right-of-way for construction or other purposes. If you want to follow the council meetings as it progresses tonight, you can find the agenda and staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website. Then on the Legislative Information Center, we'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's meeting into order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, our last meeting of the year. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation tonight is brought to us by Pastor Randy Cordell of Lakeshore Christian Church, a guest of Councilmember Joy Stiles.
Let's pray together. God of justice and mercy, thank you for the gift of life, for the joyous celebrations of this festive holiday season. Thank you for the opportunity these men and women have to serve the people of our city. Help our council to act with character and conviction. Help them to listen with understanding and goodwill, to speak with love and restraint. Give them a spirit of service. Remind them that they are stewards of your authority. Guide them to be the leaders your people need. Help them to see the humanity and dignity of those who may disagree with them, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or strong, rich or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. And finally, Father, renew and refresh them and their families with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community that blesses all who live, work, and play here. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. I personally offer this prayer to you in the name of your Son and my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. You all may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from December 6, 2022? I see a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Oh. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Yes. So I raised my hand because my vote is incorrect for the minutes from the last meeting. So I wanted to make a correction on that. For the consent agenda on third reading, my vote actually should have been a no. I couldn't hear in the back, but I did also want to make a motion to rescind the approval for the consent agenda on third reading for item BL 1061 and 1062.
All right, so Councilmember Stiles, you are using Rule 37. It's a motion to rescind action. Rule 37 says any affirmative action of the council may be rescinded by 2/3 vote of the full membership of the council. And under the rule, it says 27 votes. I know we have 39 members. So what your motion is to rescind this body's action of approving 1061 and 1062. Okay. So let's just make sure we've got that right. 1061 and 1062 were passed at the last council meeting on the consent agenda. And then they were sent, as is typical with bills, they were sent to the mayor's office, and it's my understanding that both those measures have been signed by the mayor. That's my understanding, correct? Yes. Okay. All right. So let me turn to our legal counsel, Ms. Darby, and just explain kind of where we are in terms of a motion to rescind action on something that has been passed by the body and then signed by the mayor. There you go.
Well, the motion to rescind action is under Rule 37. The action that's being requested to be rescinded is the vote on 1061 and 1062. Both of those items passed on consent on the December 6th agenda. They were signed by the mayor and published according to the ordinance and requirements under law. The effective date of the ordinance was on December 16th. The motion to rescind would rescind that vote, but it would not rescind the effectiveness of 1061 and 1062 as the the rights that were granted to the owners have been vested at this time since the matter is effective according to the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Stiles, and then we'll open it up for discussion. We have a motion on the floor to rescind. Again, it was properly seconded. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Again, not able to hear in the back that this was on consent. It really shouldn't have been on consent with the amount of contention that we had 2 meetings before in terms of constituent emails and concerns, which were very legitimate with this particular project. The Cane Ridge area in Antioch is one of the last areas where you can have large tracts of land and have larger homes and better amenities, and that's something that we've been working on in the Southeast. And the constituents did not want to kill the bill, they just wanted to defer it until February to be able to continue working with the developer to work on some easement concerns and to work on some issues on the land itself in terms of some natural aspects that they wanted to preserve. And so I wanted to bring this to the table because I know that there are other people that had questions that evening and were also expecting to talk about this bill and not anticipating that it was on consent, and wanted to give other people an opportunity to discuss this as well and the concerns that we had.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first say that I hear just fine in the back. Hearing in the back is not an issue. How did we get here? We got here because somebody wasn't paying attention. One of the basic functions of a council member is to pay attention. This bill passed on third reading on consent. There were more than 30 members in the room. No one bumped it. Not one member bumped it. This was signed by the mayor, published. The rights have been vested. Where would we even go from here? This is done. We have important matters to get to tonight. I could move to table, but why would I put the body through that? Just vote it down and let's move on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Withers. Hold on. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just wanted to support Councilmember Rutherford in this action. This item did come before the Planning and Zoning Committee, where it was actually on our committee consent agenda. None of the members of the committee. I also often recognize any other members who are present in the chamber at the time. No one requested to remove it from the Planning and Zoning Committee's consent agenda, and it passed on our consent agenda, which is why it was on the consent agenda on this floor. And certainly for bills on third reading, you do go and read through all those captions and typically give ample opportunities for folks to pull things off of consent, and that didn't happen. And I regret that perhaps that was overlooked by the District 32 council member, but I think this is a really dangerous precedent to start rescinding actions for zoning bills that have already gone through the Planning Commission process, the Metro Council process, as well as through quite a few deferrals before they were passed. I think that's really dangerous for us to start pulling things off of consent and re-voting on them. So I would speak in opposition to this action. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to stand in support of the effort to rescind this legislation. I had requested or had some conversation with Councilmember Rutherford in advance of the meeting, and truly it was my intention to bump it off consent. And I publicly apologize to the residents who came to the meeting and didn't feel like their concerns that were expressed in the previous Southeast community meeting in Antioch that had been held the week before about their infrastructure needs, that they were not heard by all of us, because if they had been, then I would have bumped it off, somebody else would have bumped it off. But in the end, just want to offer my apologies to that community, and also support. I will be voting in support to rescind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member Bradford. You're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Bradford has called the previous question. We're not voting on the motion to rescind. We're simply voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on a motion to rescind. We'll put this one on the board. And let me make sure I've got this correct with the council director, because she makes the call on this one. It's an affirmative action of the council may be rescinded by 2/3 votes of the full membership of the council. The rule says 27 votes. Is that what we hold to because we're missing one member?
Yeah, I believe it would be 27 votes since it is specifically designated as 27.
All right. So in order to rescind in order to pass the motion to rescind pursuant to Rule 37, it's going to need 27 votes. All right. So we are on the board. Mr. Clark, just tell me when you're ready. Ready? All right. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. You're voting on a motion to rescind by by Councilmember Joey Stiles. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close machine, take the votes. Aye 6, no 27, 1 abstention, so the motion to rescind fails. Okay. All right. So we go on to next order of business. I think I got through the motion on the minutes that were properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Those are the minutes from December 6, 2022. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. All right. Just a few things to note for tonight. I'm going to first start by calling on Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to take a moment to recognize the life of Ms. Pam Bobo. She was a professor at TSU, and she passed away yesterday. She's also a member of the Lay Gems, which is a prominent organization of African-American women. There's a Nashville chapter, of which I am a member. Also want to recognize, I know in the audience is our property assessor, Vivian Woolwood, who's also a member. So just please keep the family and friends of Ms. Pam Bobo in your prayers.
Okay, thank you. And we appreciate Ms. Wilhoit being here. All right, just a couple of other things. The annual lighting of the menorah was held yesterday evening in the public square. It is lit tonight. Tonight is the third night of Hanukkah, so happy Hanukkah. Yesterday was Margaret Darby, our own Margaret Darby's birthday. She was. I think the budget committee gave her a present by keeping her here until late in the evening. Yeah, and she very much appreciates that and hopes they continue to do that. As we head into the holidays, I do wish everybody happiness and joy as always. Take care of others as you do, but also take care of yourselves. This job is not easy. Take the time to enjoy the holidays, and please keep hoping for better things. It's been a long year with lots of difficulties for lots of people, but we can always hope for better things, for people's safety and for peace. As I've said since the start of the war in Ukraine, please remember the people of that country, but also remember as well people around the world, including people here who are very much in need. Okay. We are now ready to proceed. Elections and confirmations. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We will start with, we only had one elections and confirmations before us tonight, and that was for the abatement study and the tax incentive and abatement study and formulating committee. And so we had Mr. Charles Robert Bone and Ms. Fiona Halter appear before us, and we found that they both met the qualifications to move on to the next level, which is the council floor in our game show.
Are you sure that they're both qualified, right?
We double checked.
Okay, good. All right. So I know they're both in the bag. Can I have a motion to approve both?
Move to approve.
All right. So we have a motion to approve Charles Robert Bone and Fiona Halter for election to the Tax Incentive and Abatement Study and Formulating Committee. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That motion is adopted. So could I get Charles Robert Bone and Fiona Halter to stand up and be recognized? And please join me in thanking them for their service. All right, and then it's my understanding, well, let me go back to Councilmember Murphy on, we had initially 4 council members that were nominated. Councilmember Murphy.
So there are 4 nominated, and my paper read that they did not have to appear before us, although 2, I believe, were in the room. So if they would get bonus points, I'm happy to announce them.
They get bonus points. Okay, so are we down to 2? Is that my understanding?
No, they didn't have to appear before us.
Okay, but it's my understanding that 2 have pulled their names out of consideration.
That was not notified to us, so I cannot report.
Okay. Ms. Darby, do we have confirmation?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it to you. It's my understanding that 2 people have withdrawn.
Yes, Councilmember Johnston and Councilmember Van Rees have both notified the Metro Clerk that they are withdrawing.
Okay, so we only have 2 council members still left. So, Councilmember Murphy, I believe they did not have to come to the Rules Committee.
No, they did not.
Okay.
They did not, but I would love to make a motion to approve Council Lady Allen, who I suspect is somewhat stacking this whole committee here at this point, but also Council Lady Toombs. And they did both appear in the committee room, if that counts.
They did show up.
They showed up, and that's half the battle.
Well, that gets some points right there.
Move to approve.
All right, so I got a
Council
motion to approve
Toombs
both
and Allen.
Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Toombs for serving on the Tax Incentive and Abatement Study and Formulating Committee. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, including from the 2 that just got nominated, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those 2 are elected. Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Toombs, thank you for being willing to serve. Okay. All right, next item up is we had a proposed amendment to Rule 8 of the Metropolitan Council Rules of Procedure. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. As I brought up at the last meeting, about 2 meetings ago, there were a couple of questions that came up to me about this rule as things were playing out in committee and the full council, and just worked with staff, requested and worked with staff to make some changes. I don't believe I'm changing anything about how the rule is interpreted and it's supposed to be, but am just, I think, improving upon the language so it's very clear what happens in cases of automatic deferrals. The first thing relates to what committee deferrals result in an automatic deferral. I think there's explicit language that about the full council and how they're supposed to act on an automatic deferral, but there's not explicit language about which committee deferrals result in automatic deferral. And so just putting the word one in there, it's supposed to result in automatic when a committee makes a 1 meeting deferral, not when they make other deferrals. And the second thing, basically when we make an automatic deferral and it comes before the full body, we are not supposed to talk about it. That's the way the rule is interpreted now. And this basically puts language in there that clarifies that, and I would expect that it will be, putting language in there, I expect it will be enforced more. If we find that it ties our hands, we can always look at the rule again, but I'm just clarifying what I am told that it already means. And I will remind the body that according to the rule that we can only automatically defer and thus not talk about a bill when it's deferred only 1 time in the whole process. So with those explanations, I move approval.
All right, we have a committee report first, I believe.
Sorry.
That's okay. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Professor Cash did appear before us twice as requested, so we could digest and verify in between the 2. And both times his comments and explanation were very welcome. And I think that the Rules Committee overwhelmingly with us, just 5-0 this time because we were short a few members, but overwhelmingly through the discussion very much are in support of what Professor Cash is proposing.
All right, Professor Cash, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the rule change.
All right, so Councilmember Cash moves the rule change properly seconded. Discussion on the proposed change to the rule. discussion? All right, so any change to the rules requires 27 votes, but you have any idea, how many people do we have in here at this point? We have more than 27. So if it's okay, I'm just going to do it by voice vote so we don't have to go on the board. So if you don't like the rule change, let me know, and then we may have to decide. Okay, so we're going to do it by motion. Motion is to approve, again, properly seconded. This is a proposed rule change to Rule 8. All those in favor of the proposed rule change say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, so I've got one. I think just to be on the safe side, because it is a proposed change to the rules, I think we go on the board. All right? It's okay. I've been by myself before too on a no. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you don't mind, we're voting on a proposed rule change, Rule 8. If you would, get the board ready. Okay. Again, we're voting on a motion to approve a change to Rule 8. Obviously, if you're in favor of it, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? Okay. Mr. Clerk, close the machines. Take the vote. Ayes 35, no 1, 0 abstentions. So the proposed rule change passes. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. All right. Okay, we're moving on. We're now ready for the public comment period. This is the time dedicated to allow members of the public who have registered in advance to speak to the council body. Those members will have 2 minutes each. I think we have 2 people speaking tonight. First one up is Peter Woolfolk. Mr. Woolfolk, you are recognized at the back podium.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Good evening. I'm Peter Woolfolk. I'm with Communication Strategies, but this evening I quickly want to make a brief public service announcement on behalf of Juvenile Court Justice Sheila Calloway. As many of you are aware, Judge Calloway has initiated community outreach events that, one, are announcing the forthcoming new Nashville Campus Center for Empowerment, formerly or that has previously been known as the Juvenile Justice Center. This forward-thinking, first of its kind in the nation, multi-million-dollar, 14-acre campus facility will have private accommodations for families and their attorneys on site, a cafeteria open to the public, involvement of mental health workers, the public school system, social workers, and others involved in the system, and ample free parking all in one roof. This new modern facility will begin to define juvenile justice. And two, Judge Calloway is offering to make presentations of this new campus facility during any of the council members' community meetings. They also will have the architects there so that they can hear from the community themselves what they would like to see in this new facility. So, if you are interested in having this presentation made to you at one of your community meetings, please call directly to one of your former council members of a juvenile court clerk, Lionel Matthews, at 615-862-7996. Once again, 615-662-7996. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woolfolk. Next speaker is Ms. Nicole Williams.
Hello. I'm in District 20. So tonight I want to talk to you all about my first love, data. You all recently gave the go-ahead for MNPD to do the 6-month LPR pilot program, and at the end of that, they'll be coming back and asking you to allow them to continue use of LPRs indefinitely. One of the things that you have asked them to do is to provide a report on the efficacy of the program. So I just want to start with that word, efficacy. So efficacy is defined as the ability to produce a desired or intended result. So when we talk about results, we're talking about outcomes. So efficacy is about measuring outcomes. Now, nowhere in the legislation did you all define what your intended outcomes are, but let's assume they're things like a decrease in the crime rate, an increase in the solve rate, that sort of thing. So those can take time, like it can take time to see those changes. So how do we know if we're making progress toward our outcomes? Well, that's where outputs come into play. So to determine if we're making progress, we track things called outputs, which are sort of measures of like the intermediate steps and actions that we take. And when we're designing a program, we want to be really certain that the outputs that we choose to measure are, we feel confident that they are going to result in the outcomes that we want. Otherwise, you're just like tracking a bunch of data and then 5 years from now, nothing changed and you don't know why. Unfortunately, the outputs that you all have asked MNPD to track for the program, there's not really any data to support their connection to the outcomes that you're looking for. So, for instance, let's take number of arrests. You know, like intuitively, we want to believe that more arrests means fewer crimes, but we just know historically, like categorically, that's not true. So this is just one of the things that I want you all to keep in mind as you embark on the process of interpreting the data that you will be getting. And I've asked Councilmember Syracuse if he would let me come to the Public Health and Safety Committee at some point in the next 6 months so we could have more of a dialogue about data. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Williams. All right. Those were the two speakers for our public comment period. We are now ready to move on to resolutions on public hearing. We do have Ms. Day Ruiz here to provide Spanish interpretation services. Ms. Day Ruiz, if you would come to the back podium, and I'm going to recognize you to let people know that you can be of assistance.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandra. Yo voy a ser la intérprete de español para la sesión de esta noche. Gracias.
All right, thank you. All right, we are, again, set for resolutions on public hearing. Here's how that works. We have two up tonight. I will call up the resolutions one at a time, refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing, then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the resolution, and then I'm going to ask for a show of hands for those who are in opposition to the resolution. Anyone in favor wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, find the microphone in the back, introduce yourself, give us your address. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I'll then ask if anybody opposed wishes to speak. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. Okay, we have two up tonight. The first one is RS 2022-1895 by Councilmember Welsh. It's a resolution exempting 293 Plus Park Boulevard from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a short-term rental property non-owner occupied permit pursuant to substitute ordinance number BL 2019-78. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Is it possible to take both of these pieces of legislation together? They are companions, 293 and 295 Plus Park.
We had checked before, and the answer was no.
Oh, okay. In that case, I would like to open the public hearing.
All right, let's get a committee report first. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee approved 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Welsh, okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this resolution. All right, thank you. All right, a show of hands of those who are opposed to the resolution. I don't see anybody opposed. Anybody in favor wishing to speak? This is your chance. Television. Nobody? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh.
Move to approve.
Councilmember Welsh moves to approve. This is RS 2022-1895, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1895 for passage, say aye. Oh. All right. Hold the vote. Councilmember Bradford.
Sorry, I pushed the button to speak and you went too fast. Just a quick question. There's no real residential immediately in the area around Plus Park, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to try again. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1895 for passage, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. the resolution passes. All right, we're on the second one, RS 2022-1896 by Councilmember Welsh. Resolution exempting 295 Plus Park Boulevard from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property not owner-occupied permit pursuant to substitute ordinance number BL 2019-78. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
I'd like to committee report, please.
All right, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. GovOps approved, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Welsh.
Open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this resolution. All right, looks like the same group. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. All right, it looks like the exact same group on that one, too. Anybody wishing to speak on this one? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion is to approve on RS 2022-1896. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Bradford, any discussion? All right. Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1896 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right, we are now ready for the consent resolutions and resolutions. We'll start with consent resolutions. Is there anything that needs to be bumped off right away that anybody knows about? All right, I'm going to go through the resolutions and then let me go through the numbers. If something needs to be bumped off, let me know. These are items on the consent agenda for resolutions. RS 2022-1897 is on consent. 1898, item 5, is on consent. 1900 is on consent. 1903 on consent, that's item number 10. 1904 is on consent. 1906 is on consent. 1907 is on consent. 1908 is on consent. 1909 on consent. 1910 is on consent. 1912 is on consent. 1913 is on consent. 1914 on consent. 1916 is on consent. 1917 is on consent. 1918 is on consent. 1919 is on consent. 1920 is on consent. 1921 is on consent. 1922 is on consent. 1923 is on consent. 1925 is on consent. 1927 is on consent. 1928 is on consent. 1929 is on consent. 1930 is on consent. 1931 is on consent. And 1932 is on consent. All right. Items need to be bumped off of the consent calendar. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 1930, please.
1930. Okay, item 37, RS 2022-1930 is going to be bumped off. Anybody else? All right. All right, so I'm going to read you items on the consent calendar. Item number 4, RS 2022-1897 by Councilmember Roten. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of James Hood against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $25,000, said amount to be paid from the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2022-1898 by Councilmembers Roten and Syracuse. It's a resolution approving a contract between the government of Williamson County on behalf of Williamson County Juvenile Court and the Metropolitan Government through Juvenile Court for the housing of juveniles in the Williamson County Juvenile Detention Center. Item number 7, RS 2022-1900 by Roten, Withers, and Bradford. A resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Historical Commission to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Historical Commission to provide a comprehensive countywide cemetery preservation plan for Davidson County, Tennessee. Next item is item number 10, RS 2022-1903 by Gamble, Johnston, Sepulveda, and others. It's a resolution appropriating $5,110,000 in ARPA funds to the Metro General Services for renovation donations to the Magruder Family Resource Center. RS 2022-1904, that's item number 11 by Johnson, Sepulveda, Gamble, and others. Resolution appropriating $2 million in ARPA funds from Fund 30216 to the YWCA for repairs and infrastructure improvements to the Weaver Domestic Violence Center. RS 2022-1906, item number 13, Johnson, Sepulveda, Gamble, and others. A resolution appropriating $2,990,000 in ARPA funds from Fund 30216 to the Metropolitan Action Commission for repairs and safety improvements to Metro-owned child care centers. RS 2022-1907 by Roten and Syracuse, a resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for ambulances and emergency medical service vehicles for the Department of General Services. Item number 15, RS 2022-1908, Roten and Syracuse, resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for ambulances and emergency medical service vehicles for the Department of General Services. RS 2022-1909 by Roten and Syracuse. That's item number 16. This is also a resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for firefighting apparatus and fire service vehicles for the Department of General Services. RS 2022-1910, item number 17 by Councilmember Roten, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County's property damage claim against Clarissa Martinez in the amount of $31,925. Item number 19, RS 2022-1912, Roten and Pulley, a resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for golf, utility, and hospitality carts, including parts and accessories for the Department of Water Services. Item number 20, RS 2022-1913, Roberts, Roten, and others, resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Water and Sewer Services Department and ECG 4910 LLC to provide stormwater infrastructure improvements through funding the design and construction of an improved stormwater system. Item number 21, RS 2022-1914 by Roten and Pulley, resolution accepting a grant for the State of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metropolitan Government through Water and Sewer Services Waste Division to fund the purchase of curbside recycling carts. Next item is item number 23, RS 2022-1916 by Roten and Syracuse. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department of the City of Cookeville through the Cookeville Police Department for the distribution of state grant funds to assist with investigations of internet crimes against children. RS 2022-1917, Roten and Syracuse. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department and Dixon County through the Dixon County Sheriff's Office for the distribution of state grant funds, assist with investigations of internet crimes against children. RS 2022-1918, Roten and Syracuse. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Police Department of the City of Spring Hill, acting through the Spring Hill Police Department for the distribution of state grant funds to assist with investigations of internet crimes against children. Item number 26, RS 2022-1919, Roten and Syracuse. Resolution approving intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department and Williamson County through the Williamson County Sheriff's Office for the distribution of state grant funds to assist with investigations of internet crimes against children. RS 2022-1920, Roten and Syracuse. Resolution approving agreement between the U.S. Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department pertaining to the DEA Middle Tennessee Drug and Violent Crime Appalachia Task Force. RS 2022-1921, Roten and Syracuse. Resolution accepting a grant from TEMA to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Emergency Management to provide public assistance for damage caused by severe storm straight-line winds and tornadoes during December 2021. Item number 29, RS 2022-1922, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and Suara. A resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health and Vanderbilt University Medical Center to make available to potentially eligible individuals who receive inpatient or outpatient, prenatal, or postpartum services, or minors under the age of 5 receiving pediatric services, information about the WIC program benefits. RS 2022-1923 by Roten, Syracuse, and Welsh. A resolution approving a contract by and between the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health and Nurture the Next to provide funding for a program coordinator for the Collective Impact Initiative, ACE, Nashville. Item number 32, RS 2022-1925 by Rosenberg, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metro Government through NDOT for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction of intersection improvements on I-40 interchange at McCrory Lane. Next item is item number 34, RS 2022-1927 by Syracuse, Withers, Johnson, Murphy, and others. A resolution honoring the life of of Peter Cooper. Item number 35, RS 2022-1928 by Druffel, Hauser, and others. Resolution recognizing World War II veteran Virgil Luther Mann. Item number 36, RS 2022-1929, a resolution recognizing Hetty Weinberg service as Executive Director of the ACLU of Tennessee. Item number 38, RS 2022-1931 by Councilmember Hurt, a resolution congratulating Fisk University student Kellen Franklin for his appearance on Wheel of Fortune's College Week. And RS 2022-1932, Virtue and Hurt, resolution recognizing the TSU Tigers volleyball team as the 2022 Ohio Valley Conference champions. Anything needs to be bumped off of the consent calendar that I just read? Oh, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
I want to take off the one about Kellen Franklin.
About the Wheel of Fortune?
Wheel of Fortune.
I tried to make it like Wheel of Fortune, but okay. All right, so we're going to bump off item number 38, RS 2022-1931. You don't have Pat Sajak or anything back here, do you? You don't have Pat Sajak back in the back? Okay, great.
Don't ruin it for me.
Oh, okay, don't ruin it for you. I'm sorry. All right. All right, anything else needs to be bumped off? All right, committee reports. I've got Kevin Roten standing up, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance, Resolution 1897, 1898, 1900, 1903, 1904, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25 were all approved. 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield, Mr. Han.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was wondering if you could bump RS 2022-1932, please.
All right, 1932?
Yes, sir.
All right, so RS 2022-1932, item number 39 is also bumped. Okay. Okay. All right, Councilmember Druffel, Human Services. Where is he? All right, anybody got, this is for RS 2022-1906, Human Services. Okay, Councilmember Welsh.
Human Services voted in favor, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and we considered resolutions RS 2022-1900, 1913, 1925, and we recommended approval of each of those, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2022, 1898, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, and 1923. Voted 7 in favor, 0 against. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Rules.
Thank you. Those that should be on consent were 1927, 1928, 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932, all 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. And Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of RS 2022-1912 through 1914 and 1925, 8 in favor, 0 against, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the consent agenda for resolutions, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda resolution calendar, say aye. Opposed, no. Consent agenda for resolutions passes. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning of resolutions. The first one up is RS 2022-1827, but that's by Councilmember Withers. We have had a request by several council members to move item 81. Item 81 on the calendar to move BL 2022-1529. That's the ordinance that's increasing the hotel occupancy privilege tax, the amount of 1%. We've had a request to move that to right behind this one, since these are the two moving on the stadium. Any concerns? Right, without objection, that is done. We are now ready for RS 2022-1827 by Council Members Withers, Roten, Hurt, Young, Nash, and Swope. It's a resolution approving a term sheet describing the terms and conditions of the agreements and transactions required to finance, construct, and operate a new enclosed multi-purpose stadium on the East Bank, subject to the subsequent approval of final agreements, and authorize the Metropolitan government to pursue other matters related thereto. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move this for consideration of the amendments.
Okay, so we have got, Councilmember Withers is moving the resolution to consider the amendments. And let me get a second. I've got a second on that. So we have committee reports that need to come in. I'm going to start with the Budget Committee. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized. What did the Budget Committee do on the resolution and the amendments?
On all the amendments.
Yeah. Why don't you go through all the amendments first and then what you did on the resolution?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So on amendment number 1, Councilmember Hurt, it was 15 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 2, Mendez and Toombs, 15 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 3 by Mendez, 3 in favor, 11 against. Amendment number 4 by Mendez, 15 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 5 by Mendez, 4 in favor, 9 against, 1 abstention. Amendment number 6 by Suara, 14 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 7 by Toombs, 14 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 8 by Benedict, Toombs, Bradford, and Welsh, 5 in favor, 8 against.
Okay, let me go over those again, just make sure that we've got this. So amendment number 1 was by Councilmember Hurt. It was approved 15-0.
That's correct.
Amendment number 2 by Councilmember Mendez was approved 15-0.
Correct.
Amendment number 3 by Councilmember Mendez was came out with a negative vote out of the Budget Committee.
3 in favor, 11 against. 1 abstention.
Okay. Amendment number 4 by Councilmember Mendez was approved 15 in favor, 0 against.
Correct.
Okay. Item number 5, amendment number 5 by Councilmember Mendez was had a negative recommendation of 4 for, 9 against, and 1 abstention.
Correct.
Okay. Amendment number 6 by Councilmember Suara, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Correct.
Amendment number 7 by Councilmember Toombs, 14 in favor, 0 against. And then amendment number 8 by Councilmember Benedict, 5 in favor, 8 against.
Correct.
And those were you took up those 8 amendments because I think we have some late filed.
That is correct.
All right, and then on the resolution as amended.
The resolution as amended was 11 in favor, 2 against.
11 in favor, 2 against. Okay, thank you. All right, Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture voted 7 in favor, 0 against for Amendment 1, 7 favor, 0 against for Amendment 2, 0 in favor, 7 against for Amendment 3, 7 in favor, 0 against for Amendment 4, 0 in favor, 6 against, and 1 abstention for Amendment 5, 7 in favor, 0 against for Amendment 6, 7 in favor, 0 against for Amendment 7. Withdrawn was proposed Amendment 8. Then there were 2 late amendments. Do you want the tally on those?
Yes.
Late Amendment 9 was 7 in favor, 0 against. Late amendment by Councilmember O'Connell, 1 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions.
Okay.
And the resolution itself was approved, 6 in favor, 1 against, and 0 abstentions.
Okay. All right, let me make sure I've got those right. Amendment number 1, this was in the Public Facilities Committee, was approved 7 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 2 was voted in favor, 7-4, 0 against. Amendment number 3 was came out with a negative recommendation of 0-4, 7 against. Amendment number 4, 7 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 5, 0-4, 6 against, and 1 abstention. Amendment number 6, 7 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 7, 7 in favor, 0 against. Amendment number 8 was withdrawn in the committee. Amendment number 9, which is a late filed, approved 7 in favor, 0 against. And amendment number 10, also late filed, was had 1 in favor, 3 against, and 3 abstentions. And then overall, the resolution came out of the committee 6 in favor and 1 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, thank you. All right, those are the committee reports. Councilmember Withers, I'm back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval of the resolution with the amendments that had a favorable recommendation. And if I could comment on the late filed as well, just briefly.
All right, so let me make sure I know what you're doing. You're moving the resolution with the ones that came out with favorable recommendations?
I support the ones that received favorable committee recommendations.
What we're doing? We're taking the ones that were in favor. He's moving for amendment number 1, amendment number 2, amendment number 4, amendment 6, amendment number 7. You want to move those amendments for passage? Them all at the same time?
We can certainly also take them one at a time.
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to figure out how we want to do this. All right, so our legal director is saying we may want to take them up separately so we can talk about them. All right. Okay, so let's go. So you've got a motion to approve RS 2022-1827, properly seconded. You want to bring up amendment number 1 first?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's an amendment number 1 by Councilmember Hurt. So Councilmember Withers, you're moving approval of that amendment?
I do.
Okay, properly seconded. I'm going to go to you first and then go to the council member.
For this one, I appreciate Councilmember Hurt always being such a staunch advocate of diversity and inclusion, especially for minority and women-owned businesses. I think this is a great amendment. We'll obviously have some language in the term sheet as it was originally drafted that references, but it's great to have support of Councilmember Hurt that reiterates that and make sure that the public and everyone understands how much of a priority this is, not only for Councilmember Hurt, but for the council as a whole. And so I'm in support of this amendment.
All right, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. As Councilmember Withers said, thank you so much for those kind words. But it is true, I have been a supporter of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I still am. And I urge my colleagues, this basically just codifies our intent to make sure that to the fullest extent that we are opening opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses.
Okay. All right. So I've got some people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell on this amendment. Okay. All right. So the motion is to approve amendment number 1 by Councilmember Hurt. It's been properly seconded. Anybody else want to discuss this amendment? All right. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're on amendment number 1. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 1 passes. We're on amendment number 2. I'll go to you, Councilmember Withers, first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Mendez for doing great work of chairing our East Bank Stadium Committee and all of the great discussion we've had, both internally with a lot of stakeholders as well as hearing from the public. Just want to go ahead and get that on the record straight up. As a member of that committee, I have also voted in favor of continuing to have the East Bank Stadium Committee meet as we continue to move forward towards the finalized documents that will come in a few months. But having gotten that out of the way, I want to thank Councilmember Mendez for reiterating in Amendment 2 that this term sheet is not binding and that we will continue discussions on quite a few important matters as it relates to the stadium. But so I'm in support of amendment number 2 by Councilmember Mendez.
All right, so you've got a motion to approve amendment number 2. Properly seconded, Councilmember Mendez on the amendment. Okay. Councilmember Johnston on the amendment. Okay. So the motion is to approve amendment number 2. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of amendment number 2, say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 2 passes. All right. Councilmember Withers.
For amendment number 3, I do not support amendment number 3. I always appreciate a lot of the efforts that we've had that we'll see through a lot of these amendments to bring clarity as well as to seek additional revenues. I think those are good goals that we all share. The committee discussions that we've had about amendment number 3 have, I think, suggested that that this one does not quite support those purposes, and so I am not in favor of amendment number 3, but we'll defer to Councilmember Mendez or others.
Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move this amendment with an explanation.
Okay, so we have a motion on the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you.
All right. I'll give an abbreviated version of what was discussed at Budget and Finance yesterday. I've filed this to ask the mayor to approach the state to see whether they would be willing to take back $50 million of their $500 million in state GO bonds if they can use that money to provide appropriate facilities for children in the care of DCS. It's been well documented through state audits and the media about the problems that DCS is having taking care of kids in their care, and it's not just a state issue. These are the children of the state of Tennessee, including Nashville. It's a human dignity issue, a moral issue, and an issue for all Tennesseans. And then when it comes to the stadium, the mayor's office has been clear in every public comment the mayor makes in the Tennessean press releases to community groups that his view is that the $760 million of revenue bonds is, quote, free to our families, and the tourists are paying all that money. And so if you believe the mayor that it's free to taxpayers, free to our families, and tourists are going to pay for the whole thing, then why not add $50 million more and make it $810 million of revenue bonds, since it's just the tourists paying for it? If you, on the other hand, like me, believe that that's sort of careless bunk from the mayor, that our families aren't paying for it, then you're left with the moral issue about whether the city should be willing to contribute to the care of children in DCS's care. I'm persuaded by the moral issue. If the state were to need the money to do this, then by all means we should figure out how to make it work. The amendment is written to have the mayor approach the state. They can say yes, they can say no, but especially in this season, the holiday season we're in, the city of Nashville should be first in line to help solve this problem, not last in line. So with that, I would like to ask people to support this amendment.
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mendez on amendment number 3. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell on this one. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we talked about this last night, and I want to reiterate that I'm grateful for this amendment being brought forth to shed some light very publicly on the need in the Department of Children's Services. There's no question about that. I do question if this is possible, necessary, or appropriate. Number one, there's rules about funds that have been already obligated or pre-authorized for a capital expenditure to then be redirected to for an operational nature. I know in Metro we can't do that. We didn't have 100% clarity from the state on their rules, but what we did get clarity on is even if it could, it would take months to do that, which would delay our process at least probably 6 months. The other thing is that we've learned that it's not a capital need. The audit shows that DCS's issues are operational in nature and pay rate. And so a capital allocation is not going to solve their issues. I don't think it's necessary. The state enjoys a $1 billion surplus, so they don't need this $50 million. I also don't think it's appropriate for us to increase our obligation, even if it is revenue bonds, to finance for 30 years a one-time allocation to an operational need of a state department that's not even a metro department. The good news is that the governor and the director, the DCS commissioner are very dedicated to solving this problem, and they're looking at about $154 million investment into this department to fix their many issues in this next budget cycle. So that should give everyone some comfort, I hope. And so I would ask that you vote no on this amendment. But again, I appreciate the public attention that it has brought to the issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hauser.
Well, first off, ditto everything that Courtney just said. And I add to that the fact that the state can tell us what to do, but we can't command the state to do anything with their money. So they could say, well, thank you very much. You don't need our $50 million. Do you even need the rest of the money? And we're going to do with it whatever we want. We can't command to the state that they spend, as Councilmember Johnson said, capital spending money on an operational budget. We just don't have that authority. So this basically is just a statement for the cameras, but has no base.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Call the question, please.
All right. Councilmember Nash has called the previous question. We are on a motion to approve amendment number 3. We're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on amendment number 3. I think, Mr. Clerk, I think we should put it on the board. All right, tell me when you're ready. We are, just to get everybody back on track, we're on RS 2022-1827. It's a resolution by Councilmember Withers, Roden, Hurd, and others. We've already approved amendment number 1 and 2. We are voting on amendment number 3. Motion made to approve by Councilmember Mendez, properly seconded. Ready? Okay, so if you're in favor of the amendment number 3, you would vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines.
Welsh has her hand up.
Oh, Councilmember Welsh? Well, we did that on purpose. Could you check her screen? Yeah, don't take it personally. They're on their way. Is everything else in? Okay.
They're all in.
Councilmember Nash, problem?
I thought it was very nice of Councilman Withers' brother to help out on that.
You're out of order. All right. Should have never recognized him. All right. Are we good? All right. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 10, noes 28, 0 abstentions. So amendment number 3 fails. All right. We're on to the next amendment. Amendment number 4, Councilor Withers, I'll come to you first. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This one is by Councilmember Mendez. I really support this. I think this is a good idea. One of the facets of the present lease is the Titans have a unilateral ability to extend it. And one of the facets that this amendment provides, which I appreciate Councilmember Mendez for writing in, is that there would need to be a mutuality of it, that both Metro government as well as the Titans would together consider any extensions of the new lease once it's enacted. So I'm in support of that and appreciate Councilmember Mendez for bringing it.
All right, so motion is to approve amendment number 4, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I've got people in the queue from before. Anybody wishes to speak on amendment number 4, raise your hand. Seeing none, we're ready to go. All those in favor of amendment number 4 say aye. Opposed, no. That motion passes. Amendment number 4 is approved. All right. We are now on amendment number 5. I'll go to Councilmember Withers. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This one is also by Councilmember Mendez. Again, I'll kind of go back to my earlier statement that I think a lot of these amendments brought forth good discussions. Ultimately, we had a lot of desire to bring either clarity or try to find ways to maybe seek additional revenues. This had a lot of discussion certainly in Budget and Finance yesterday. The Budget and Finance Committee generally recommended disapproval, and I also support disapproval of this amendment.
All right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to move Amendment 5 with an explanation.
All right. Got a motion to approve amendment number 5, properly seconded. Back to you.
All right. This one, now remember, the term sheet says as plainly as it can be that there's ongoing negotiations, and the term sheet is for the purpose of facilitating further discussions. And in the vein of what it says in the term sheet about facilitating further discussions, this amendment says, to the extent that a additional new $3 per ticket charge is going to be paid by ticket holders, that it be considered a tax subject to levy by this body. State law allows for per ticket charges in stadiums of municipal governments, and places like TSU are exempt. So TSU ticket holders don't pay the current $3 ticket tax, and they wouldn't if there was an additional $3 ticket tax added to it. This doesn't require anything. It says that if it's going to be borne by ticket holders, that we got to call it a ticket tax. Why is that important? For 2 reasons. One is state law requires clearly that ticket taxes are things that require 27 votes of this body. And whether you like the deal or hate the deal, everybody's got to recognize that this is an end run around, as currently drafted, is an end run around the 27 vote requirement for this piece of it. And we all understand clearly why people would want to avoid having a 27 vote item in here. And secondly, this amendment, because it would facilitate further discussion. If the team really, really wants to take on the charge themselves and not have it get passed through to ticket holders, then that can be negotiated in the deal. Not adding this means there's less negotiation going on. And so I would urge colleagues to add this amendment number 5 in order to, like the term sheet says, facilitate further negotiation.
All right, thank you, Council Member. We are on amendment number 5. Councilmember O'Connell. All right, Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right, Councilmember Swope has called the previous question on, we're not voting on the amendment, we're voting on previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on amendment number 5. Mr. Clark, if you don't mind. Again, we are voting on amendment number 5. If you're for the amendment, you would vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. All right, Mr. Clerk, open up the machines.
Is Ms. Berger there? Is Ms. Berger in the room?
She is.
Everyone but Ms. Berger.
Ms. Vercher? You're the last one in. Okay. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 12, noes 25, 1 abstention. The motion to adopt amendment number 5 fails. All right. So we are now on amendment number 6. I'll go to Councilmember Withers. This is an amendment by Councilmember Saguaro.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This amendment by Councilmember Suara addresses the issue of, what would happen if there were to be a shortfall in the funds and how would Metro government be repaid for that. I really appreciate Councilmember Suara working on that. It received, I believe, rave reviews by our finance department and would love to seek recognition of Councilmember Suara if she would like to speak to it, but I'm fully in support.
Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Amendment 6 has 2 components. As you listen to the discussion about the stadium, there's a lot of uncertainties, there's a lot of numbers that are unknown, and residents are very worried about that. And so in looking at the term sheet, when I look at page 10 of the term sheets on the financing structure, there's a statement in there that says that in doing the negotiation, this is a revenue bond. We'll try to do without a guarantee, but in the events that we cannot do without a guarantee, Metro may have to guarantee this bond. And if that happens, then Metro may have to pay up on this bond somewhere down the road. Everybody believes that the money may come in. Some believe that it may not. What if we have incidents like COVID, where the revenue was not enough to pay it? What this statement is saying is that Metro will have to come in and make that payment. So what I want to make sure that we don't fall into is 20, 25 years down the road, the revenue is short and Metro has to come up with it, then what happens to the taxpayer? It did say that it will come from non-tax revenue, but it's still money that Metro could use for other things. So I do not want anything that will negatively impact the general fund. So the purpose of this amendment is to say that everything goes well, the revenue comes in as projected, fine. But if something goes wrong 10, 20, 35 years, not 35, not up to that, but somewhere down the road, and Metro has to come up with the money for whatever reason, then Metro will be reimbursed for whatever it is that Metro put forward. I also want to say that, talking to the finance director, asking for a guarantee is normal in some cases. If you don't have the right credit, sometimes you have other people guarantee you stuff. We cannot say don't do the guarantee at all, because if we do that, we might get a very bad interest rate. And we don't want that, because that will also cost the taxpayers some more money. So we want to get the best deal for the taxpayers, but we also want to make sure that the general fund does not end up holding the bag at the end of the day. So that's what this amendment does, the first part of it. The second part just talks about a good way to undo your debt. There's no point in accumulating money in the reserve fund. Some people are worried that if there's too much money there, then the Titans and others may have the opportunity to do fancy stuff to the stadium. That may not be necessary. So what this is saying is that every time there's an accumulation, we've paid for the necessary stuff. Why do we not accelerate the bond payment? There's no point in having too much debt if we have enough money on hand after taking care of the obligations to accelerate the payment. So we want to make sure that if we pay the money, we'll get reimbursed. If we have extra, we pay ahead of the debt. And with that, I hope I have your approval for the amendments.
All right, so Councilmember Suara, I'm assuming that's a motion to approve amendment number 6. All right, so I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded, discussion on the motion to approve amendment number 6. And I've got people in the queue. Again, Councilmember O'Connell, Councilmember Swope, Councilmember Mendez on 6. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody want to talk about amendment number 6? All right. Oh, Councilmember Bradford. Okay, you're right. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really want to applaud Councilmember Swar for this amendment because it is one of the concerns I've had and I've heard from constituents and people around the city about what happens if there's a shortfall. You know, we've got a very recent example of this very situation with the First Horizon, or I'm guessing now it's First Tennessee, First Horizon, whatever they want to call themselves today, ARC, where the last 2 years in a row we've had to make up the shortfall with our general tax dollars. So I appreciate that we're doing this to prevent that from happening. My kind of question/concern is, what if, you know, something happens and we're never able to generate enough funds, and year after year after year after year after year, we're still having to pay into it, and and we never get reimbursed. What's the situation there? Are we just SOL, or can we put something in there that after so many years of this happening, do we revisit the agreement? Do we terminate the agreement? What's our protections if that were to happen?
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Anybody else on the amendment? All right, again, we are on a motion to approve amendment number 6. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of amendment number 6 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Amendment number 6 goes on. Councilor Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment number 7 is offered by Councilmember Toombs. Want to thank her for her work on this. I think one of the really important points about Councilmember Toombs' amendment is that it seeks a little bit of time at the end. We have a lot of additional documents we're going to be considering, both Metro Council as well as Sports Authority. We hope that all this comes back to us and we have a little bit of time to take a look at it. I believe is the primary intent of it, but I'm very in support of amendment number 7 and would love to recognize Councilmember Toombs if she'd like to speak more about it.
Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So there are 2 parts to amendment number 7. One is a very broad request that all revenues generated by all the transactions related to the new stadium be considered and that the parties involved figure out ways to funnel some of that money back to the general fund. And I know there's a late filed amendment that actually touches on this point. And also there's mention of a final term sheet. And if there is such a document, that it comes to the council within 10 days of the parties agreeing to it.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs, you want to move that amendment? It's number 7, properly seconded. Discussion on Councilmember Toombs' motion to approve amendment number 7. Still have people in the queue. If you're interested, if you want to talk about this one, raise your hand. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve amendment number 7, say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. So Councilmember Toombs' motion, amendment number 7, passes. We're now on amendment number 8. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment number 8 was offered by Councilmember Benedict. We've had some discussion of it, in particular in the last 24 hours. I think the administration has spoken with Councilmember Benedict as well as some other council members. And really what I think the main thing that Councilmember Benedict was trying to do was to try to initiate a conversation about potential revenues from naming rights of the to be constructed or potentially be constructed stadium. I think that where we've gotten to is that there is a late filed amendment, which we hope that folks will support. I know we'll have to suspend the rules for it, but that addresses some of those points that Councilmember Benedict raised, but in a little bit more practical manner, I think. So I would not be in support of Amendment 8, but would encourage members to consider the late file that follows it.
Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to withdraw this amendment with a brief comment.
All right. So the amendment is withdrawn, but I'll give you the time to talk about it.
I could also just speak on Amendment 9, whatever you prefer.
No, go to 8 first, and then we'll deal with 9.
So, great, thank you. So on Friday when I filed this amendment, I did it because we know that Nashvilleians want to see some real money in their neighborhoods, and so naming rights is provided a great opportunity to do that. So my intent was to provide to get the revenues from naming rights and put that funding into housing, transportation, and schools. And since we began to look at this, my focus has been, again, making sure that Nashvilleians receive a direct benefit. So today we've been, as Councilmember Withers just described, we have been working on something that is different, that is covered in the late filed amendment number 9. And in that, we will get some benefit from naming rights. And so I look forward to hearing that recap, and I will have just a couple of comments to make on that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Benedict has withdrawn amendment number 8. We are now on a late filed amendment by Councilmembers Van Rees, Benedict, Toombs, and Hurt. So in order to get this properly before us, I'm going to go to Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like to suspend the rules for this late file.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees is moving to suspend the rules. Did this go?
Yes, it did.
Ms. Chairman of the Rules Committee? Yeah. We are asking for a report, Councilmember Van Rees, on late filed amendment number 9. Did it go to the Rules Committee?
It did go to the Rules Committee, and we discussed the late nature of it and why it was late. And I really appreciate that the sponsor discussed how it had been discussed and that it came out of discussions in committee after the filing deadline. Therefore, I think the committee did not feel that it was, quote unquote, should be held to the objectable late filedness. And so we were okay with it, and that would have been a 5 okay, 0 not okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so Councilor Van Rees, in order to get this before you, you need to move to suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilor Van Rees is moving to suspend the rules to get late filed amendment number 9 before this body tonight. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? I'm seeing no objection. Rules are suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you. I believe we have another committee report as well.
So I know that we got one through public facilities. Do you have another? Is there another?
No, I was just referring to rules and
Okay, so we got the Rules Committee report, and Councilmember Hurt gave it before. It was 7 in favor, 0 against. This is for late filed amendment number 9. Is that correct? Okay, so the committee reports are in. You're on your amendment.
Thank you very much. There's no question that there are some really important issues in our county. That's for you, back. And I think that there are also some incredibly amazing opportunities that this relationship presents. And hearing discussion in committee, really impressed with the work, particularly that Councilmember Toombs and Benedict put together to find a way to begin those discussions. And amendment number 9 establishes an evaluation of a new fund called the Nashville Needs Impact Fund. And I'm very excited about not only the opportunity to have this discussion as we move forward in the negotiations, but the enthusiastic response of the Titans organization to make something work. It really has spoken to their character to be able to turn this around this quickly, particularly the critical problems that we all know exist that are listed as the possibilities that can benefit from this include but are not limited to the public education, public transit, affordable housing, and the supporting of diversity, equity, and inclusion generally, but including gender equity in sports. And that's something, as this body knows, is very important to me. So I'd like to move approval of this late filed amendment and request that Councilmember Benedict is able to speak on this first.
All right, so there's a motion to approve late filed amendment number 9, properly seconded. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Van Rees, who has been a great partner in the past 24 hours to try to get these naming rights into the term sheet. So sharing naming rights is not common in professional sports leagues, and I knew that it was going to be a big lift, but I thought also that if any city could do it, this one could. And with this amendment, we will. So again, this is going to deliver direct benefits to our residents, as Councilmember Van Rees described. And I think one of the most important lessons from the past 24 hours is that this shows us that the team is listening to us, and that I have to have them listen to me. And I have to have them and see that they're listening to us. So they're taking action in this negotiation to make sure that they're hearing from the public and that the public's voice is being brought to them by us. So to me, they know, and what I've learned in the past 24 hours is that they know that they will listen. They know that they must listen. So I'll be continuing to look for that. And, again, I think that this is, the Nashville Needs Impact Fund is going to deliver some direct results for Nashvillians. So with that, I also am, as a co-sponsor of this amendment, I seek the body's approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Withers, to come to you since you're standing up, and then I'm going to see if anybody else has any questions on the amendment.
Sure. Again, I really want to express appreciation for Councilmember Benedict for raising the issue, for Councilmember Van Rees kind of brokering a discussion during committee yesterday, and for all of the hard work that has gone into drafting this amendment. One thing, if I may, if I could perhaps call on Mr. Jameson or someone from the administration. I know that lots of folks have been working on this throughout the day. Just want to be sure that the administration has spoken with the Titans about this, and wanted to hear from the administration how that conversation has gone.
Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Councilman Withers. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we have had discussions with the Titans and their representatives starting last night and into the morning. I was trying to retrieve an email from Mr. Nyhill essentially expressing their support for Amendment 9. It's 4 or 5 paragraphs. If y'all don't mind, let me just read through this quickly so I'm not misrepresenting what Mr. Nyhill has said. I've reviewed the amendment number 9 with my internal and external team. As you know, from the beginning of the process several years ago, our organization has been committed to finding an outcome that not only presents a better stadium deal for Nashville taxpayers, but also one that maximizes the positive impact on the community more broadly. We've long seen the early return of the stadium land to the people of Nashville for thoughtful development of a major opportunity to serve Nashvillians, both financially and culturally. So we're thrilled with this amendment's approach to direct a portion of the new and substantial financial benefit to key city challenges and opportunities. We're also happy to work in good faith with the NFL, our bankers, and others to find a solution to provide additional support to the fund with the position of naming rights revenue. As I shared with the committee last night, our ability to finance our part of the overall stadium solution, including cost overruns and all future CapEx expend beyond the revenue surplus, depends on our ability to obtain financing and league approval of that financing. All bank and league financial planning to date has been clear that we will be required to pledge all naming rights revenue as a binding covenant and condition of any financing. As I expected might happen, league executives have already reached out to express serious concern about last night's committee conversations around this topic. The issue has apparently reached Commissioner Goodell's desk. That said, despite these significant concerns and that of our bankers and our league, we write to you this afternoon to offer our wholehearted support for the amendment number 9. We commit to do everything we can and to negotiate with the administration in good faith toward supporting the Impact Fund with some portion of any naming rights revenue we are ultimately able to secure for a new building. To be clear, as I know you have discussed with members of our lobbying team, we can't commit to any particular amount, or frankly, even that we can participate at all, but we will earnestly try. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and the rest of the members of the mayor's office for their hard work thus far in this ongoing process. and the rest is happy Thanksgiving or happy Christmas, I think.
All right, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I mean, again, I think that thank Mr. Jameson for a lot of work today, coordinating a lot of different drafts of this amendment that is before you, but reiterate my support for amendment number 9. I think perhaps Councilmember Hurt might have some comments she would like to offer as well.
All right, we've got discussion on amendment number 9. I've got Councilmember Mendez first, then Councilmember Hurt. Anybody else? Okay, I'm taking names. Okay. Well, so I can't tell Councilmember Suara because I've got people that have been sitting up here for a long time, but I'll come to you after Councilmember Hurt. Okay. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. So I understand with the late filed, we got to see it a couple hours ago. I really appreciate the effort to try to get from my colleagues to get a hold of some of the naming rights money, and I do genuinely appreciate that the team will earnestly try. I am concerned that there's some language in this amendment that, again, we only got in the last couple hours that is counterproductive to what my colleagues are trying to do. Specifically, right now, any of the revenue that's listed in the middle paragraph, property tax revenue, and the other things that are listed, 100% of it goes to the general fund, which respectfully is the ultimate Nashville Needs Impact Fund. That's what we use. And so right now, 100% of all that revenue would go to the general fund that's not captured by the stadium revenue streams. And this middle paragraph appears to acknowledge that some portion of those funds are going to stay at home in the district, which will be the first time in writing that we've seen an acknowledgement that more revenue is going to be dedicated to the district, specifically where it talks about a portion of property tax revenue could go to the Nashville Need Impact Fund. Well, right now we get 100% of it. And so we're sort of backdoor acknowledging that there's, well, we already know and have seen evidence of in the Q&A for the committee, there is another tax capture zone coming for property tax, and this will be us sponsoring an acknowledgement of that. And so I worry about that little Easter egg being in there, while it seems like it would be simpler to just say the team's going to earnestly try and the mayor's going to negotiate in good faith to get us some of the naming rights without the rest of it, because we already have the general fund as our Nashville Needs Impact Fund. So I don't really, this is new enough where I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. I wish that we had more time to wordsmith this, to focus more on the naming rights and not on the rest. But consider that a concern expressed, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to give some information that I requested last night, or I asked. I, too, want to commend the Titans for the effort that they've made. I'm just so thankful and grateful that they've heard the voices of the members of this council as well as of our community. I am one to focus more on what you've done and not what you propose and promise to do. So I was questioning them last night about the demographics of the staff and the players, and I received early this morning this information. The total Titans employees by county: Williamson County 73, Murray County 17, Montgomery County 10, Cheatham County 10, Sumner County 34, Rutherford County 42, and Davidson County 335. So I thank them for this information and thank them for being a partner to our community.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to stand in support of this amendment, and I also want to ask the clerk to please add me as a sponsor. One of the things that I've heard in the hearings and going around the county is that when you look at the Nashville one that is put forward, there's a lot of things that is being done in North Nashville and very rightly so. But there are other parts of the country that are not benefiting from this agreement and things that are going on. People in Southeast feel like there's not a lot of things done in that area. A lot of people also talk about, we have a lot of needs in the county. So I'm very excited about this because what it does is it allows us to have a fund set aside that can actually be used not just in the east, not just in the north, but throughout the county to solve the issues of housing, education, and things that are important to our residents. And so I'm so grateful to everyone that worked on it, my colleagues and the team, for coming up with this. And I'm very much in support, and I'd like to be a sponsor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sawara. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think that in conjunction with Amendment 7, which had the broad language about finding sources of revenue that can be funneled back to the general fund, I think that this late filed amendment goes hand in hand with that. And considering that this is a non-binding term sheet, I think that leaves room for, and this is not final, that leaves room to wordsmith some of this. I don't think that we're stuck with the exact wording of this amendment if we pass it tonight. I also appreciate Councilwoman Benedict for the idea of trying to get revenue from the naming rights. And also, I think you have to give kudos to the team because yesterday there was a lot of skepticism in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and they went back and they're at least willing to try in good faith. So I am definitely in support of this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So I'm watching hands go up over time. The next hand was Councilmember Swope, and then Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Swope. Sorry.
Call that beautiful question.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We're voting on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Yes. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on the late filed amendment number 9 by Councilmember Van Rees. We'll try this by voice vote first. All those in favor of the amendment number 9 for passage say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Just you. Okay. Oh, 2. 1, 2. All right. So I've got Councilmember Wells voting no and Councilmember Porterfield voting no. And Councilmember Mendez abstaining. Anybody else? Councilmember Johnston abstains. Councilmember Pulley abstains. Okay. Well, I was trying to see if we could do it this way, but if y'all want to go on the board, we can do it. On the board? On the board. All right. Mr. Clerk? Okay, so we're going to be on the board. This is on what we're calling late filed amendment number 9. It's amendment number 9. It's an amendment by Councilmembers Van Rees, Benedict, Toombs, and Hurt. If you're for the amendment, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. And we are ready. Okay, Mr. Clerk, open up the machine. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 30, noes 2, 6 abstentions. So the amendment, the motion to approve amendment number 9 passes. All right, we are now on, we have one more amendment. It is late filed amendment number 10 by Councilmember O'Connell. So I'll go to him first. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to get a report from Rules.
Okay, Rules Committee, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We discussed this one as well. It didn't go before committees because it wasn't presented, but ultimately we did feel like it should be discussed on the floor. So we were okay with it being discussed on the floor and late filed.
Okay. All right, Councilmember O'Connell.
Mr. President, I need to suspend the rules.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving to suspend the rules. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? I see more than two hands, so there is objection, so it can't be discussed.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So that, I believe, takes care of all the amendments on this one. All right. Councilor Withers, I'm back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the resolution with all of the approved amendments.
All right, so Councilor Withers has moved Resolution RS 2022-1827 with amendment number 1, 2, I want to make sure I've got these right, 4, 6, 7, and 9. I got those right? Is that right? Okay. All right. So Councilmember Withers has moved RS 2022-1827 with those specific amendments on it, properly seconded. Now discussion on the resolution. Do you want to say anything first, Councilmember Withers?
Sure.
Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussion. Once again, want to thank, in particular, the East Bank Stadium Committee for a lot of work. Really putting a lot of information on a website that a lot of people can check. I think that's great and has been informational for council members who maybe couldn't attend every single meeting, just to have those videos all in one place, not have to search for them on the YouTube site, having a lot of documents posted. That's all been very helpful. I think that the 5 public listening sessions were very beneficial as well to hear from folks throughout different parts of the county. Just want to really speak to the idea of what this term sheet is. This is not the final approval of the stadium. This is the basis for the negotiation of quite a few additional things that will still need to take place, including amendments to the existing stadium lease, the TSU lease, some state agreements. Council and Sports Authority will both need to go through several documents, including the development agreement, which we're working with other parties on, a lease, a team non-relocation agreement, again, the TSU lease, some state funding agreements, as well as, very important for District 6, campus coordination and parking agreements. I know a lot of people have questions about that, but we have to allow this diligence to go forward before we can really finalize some of those details. But yes, those are important. We will still need to have discussion about a 50% sales tax capture area. It'll be a district that, as I understand, would only be in the stadium area. It cannot cross the river or the interstate, so it's not going further into East Nashville. It can be up to 130 acres, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that large. But we still have that work to do. Obviously, the Sports Authority will consider this again and issue bonds, and Metro Council will work through a lot of that. So there are a lot of details to be worked out, but this term sheet is a basis for continuing forward. We have Metro employees as well as consultants that we are working with on bond counsel on a lot of other things. This does provide a signal that we're generally on the same page and that it makes sense to proceed with those negotiations over the next couple of months. So with that, I renew my motion to approve with all of the approved amendments.
All right, thank you, Councilor Withers. So I've got people in the queue. I'm going to go through the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo Councilmember Withers' shout out to the East Bank Stadium Committee. It was extraordinarily helpful to have the people who presented collect the information that was there and also get the opportunity to hear public input. I would say one of the things as we consider this too is just be very mindful of the enormity of the deal that's in front of us. This is one of the largest deals considered either by the general public or Metro via council. And we had a template provided just a few years ago by the mayor when he was on council in terms of how to think about large-scale, long-term projects like this that argued in favor of thinking not just in terms of present-day value, the stadium construction costs, but actually to include the expected revenue needs. As we know from Exhibit B in the council Q&A that is a part of the East Bank Stadium Committee resources, there is up to $2.9 billion of expected revenue here, right, that will just be able to be used for stadium-related costs. This is not money that is generally coming back to us. There are other ways that the project could benefit the city we've heard a little bit about tonight, but so much of that right now is speculative. And I think that's where I might be departing from the sense of this non-binding term sheet as a framework for something that I'm comfortable with at this point is if we look at the $4.2 billion and the unknowns that are in there, then I'm not yet at the point where I can go out and say this is provably better. We all know that the current lease is untenable. We all know that we would do better by the city to move beyond that, and I think there's still some more work to be done here, especially without the amendment that I offered being able to be considered for this bill. And I am not yet ready to say yes on the framework, and I hope that we have a more honest conversation about the total cost of the project that has taxpayer funds in it as we go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Swope.
I'll call that beautiful Christmas question.
All right, so Councilmember Swope is calling the previous question, which I think is the Christmas question. All right, so we're not voting on anything except the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Okay, so we're going to go on the board. I've asked the director to have our, the card is ready. All right, so it's 2/3, right, of those voting? All right, so we're going to vote on the previous question, all right? If you're in favor of the previous question, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, tell me when you're ready. All right. Again, we are not voting on the resolution. We are voting simply on the previous question. If you're in favor, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, everybody's in. Close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 25, noes 13. I don't think it fails. I think it missed by one. Needed 26. So previous question fails. All right. So we are on Councilor Mendes. You're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll keep it short. Everybody was at Budget and Finance, which is a lot of us. I went through a long list of things that are not known at this time. Among the most critical to me is that we've been told there's going to be $2.9 billion worth of revenue coming in from the captured Metro revenue tax sources. And we don't have any information whatsoever, not a rough idea of a bond payment, not a rough idea of where the rest of the money's going to go. And that's commercially unreasonable. And let's face it, we're doing a business deal here. This is not something where just saying, I think we're going to collect $2.9 billion worth of revenue and getting stiff-armed about how it might be spent is acceptable, whether it's at this stage or later on. I would leave colleagues with a practical consideration. As we've heard repeatedly tonight, there's many things that are still being negotiated. And the body has been clear through the meetings we've had that a large majority of the council is in favor of the deal as written in the term sheet. I would submit to everybody that if the vote is something like 15-8, with 15 people abstaining, so it passes, but there's not 21 votes, that would convey a more serious message that the Metro Council is part of the negotiation too, not a bystander, just rubber stamping whatever comes out of the negotiation. Even if you love the deal and you know in your heart you're going to vote for the definitive documents, no matter what they say, if you want the council to be a part of the negotiation and therefore the public part of the negotiation, at least abstain. So there's not 21 votes in favor this evening. Appreciate it, Vice Mayor. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues that voted no so that we can actually have a conversation about this massive item of taxpayer dollars that we're about to pass. Yesterday, I had someone come out to my house to give me an estimate for new windows because I need new windows at my house. The estimate was $27,000. And while I need new windows, I don't need the Cadillac of windows. I just need nice, functional windows. And that's what working people have to do when we can't afford something. We have to wait until we can afford it, or we have to buy what we can afford. So yesterday, the CEO of the Titans said this is the most debt the NFL has taken on stadium debt ever. So this is a big debt for the NFL. This is also the most debt for any NFL-funded stadium by the taxpayers. So if it's the most debt for the NFL and the most debt for us, why are we doing it if we can't afford it? We can get something that we can afford, but instead we're going to rush through with something that's obviously not affordable and not attainable for the people of Nashville. So there were several unanswered questions that Councilmember Mendez brought up yesterday from the East Bank committee meetings that we had where the residents across the city came out and they shared their concerns, and Councilmember Mendez brought up those concerns. Council members still have unanswered questions. I still have unanswered questions that I brought up. I've brought up publicly at least about 4 times now that I don't feel like I have an adequate response to. So my question is, what is the rush? And we can all acknowledge that a new build may be better than a renovation because we understand that the deal we have now is not the best deal. So a new build could actually be a better deal. However, we don't have enough information to make that decision just yet. And we need to continue to negotiate. So what we saw just now, we passed Amendment 9. That came out of Councilwoman Benedict having a great, amazing idea, bringing it up in budget yesterday. Councilwoman Toombs pushed it. I pushed it. Yesterday, they said they couldn't do it, but today they're saying that it could possibly be done. So if just a little more than 24 hours ago, things that we were told could not be done, we're now being told there's a possibility that it can be done or it could be done in some form or fashion. That lets us know that this deal is not done. There's still negotiation that can be done. And it is incumbent upon us to do what's in the best interest of the taxpayers and the people of Nashville. We have to keep working to negotiate a better deal, y'all. And my last thing that I want to say about this is, what are our priorities? What are our priorities as a city? Is our priorities going to be to have the biggest and the best and the Cadillac of NFL stadiums when we know that we have paraprofessionals that have to choose between gas and lunch? We have firefighters running 3 to a truck because they can't run the industry standard of 4 people to a truck. We don't have sidewalks in our community. As council members, we're going to funerals because our constituents are getting hit, walking to the store and dying because we don't have sidewalks, but we're about to spend all of this money on a new stadium. So I'm not there yet, and I'm going to vote no. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member. I've got Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is really disconcerting to me because I feel like this is going to be an example of the Metro Council doing something without actually doing our due diligence. I know we have had a million discussions with the East Bank Committee, but we have not even gotten the information that we asked for from this administration about what our actual obligations are under the current lease. And until we have this information, any of these negotiations or discussions are just premature. I have to disagree with my colleague, CM O'Connell. I don't think that we all know that the current lease is untenable. I mean, given that the entire point of this deal is that we're supposed to be removing general fund obligations, we're actually canceling $30 million in general obligation bonds and taking up $500 million in infrastructure-related debt. This is just idiotic. I also feel like the Titans are not acting in good faith despite all of their very flowery language. They have not yet exercised the option on their lease, and I heard Mr. Nihil yesterday say that they thought that would be an aggressive move towards Metro. Well, I think this is an aggressive move because I think this is a play to find out how much Nashville is willing to hand over in cash and infrastructure to the Titans instead of giving it to our people. And if they don't get what they want, they will leave, all their protestations notwithstanding. So I think there's no urgency to this. I think we need the information that we asked for to make an informed decision. We should not be walking off a cliff just because the administration wants us to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, like everybody in this room, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. And as you know, many people, as my colleague from downtown has spoken, we all agree that the current deal with Nissan Stadium and the Titans is no good. It was very lopsided when it was decided over 20 plus years ago, and we want to get out from underneath it. The deal we are discussing tonight, as of last week, I did not feel the balance tipped in a favorable way towards Metro and the taxpayers. With these new amendments we've added on, I feel like we've moved that dial a little closer to being fair to the taxpayers, but I do not feel we are there, and I'm not comfortable enough with where we're at because of all the unknowns, because of the fact that there's a lot out there that could be done and should be done. The Titans have not committed to staying with us unless we give them a new stadium. Let's just be real. A new stadium is going to benefit the Titans. It's going to benefit the owners because now they can sell the team at almost $300 million more than they're currently valued per Forbes. It's going to benefit the people living in the East Bank because now they're going to get a bright, shiny new neighborhood with everything every neighborhood wants. What's in it for my district? My district keeps getting ignored by this administration, but yet they want me to get my vote on this. We're not there yet. We as a city, we as a taxpayers, we're not there yet. I don't feel comfortable voting no because of the current deal, the old deal. I'm not comfortable voting yes on this. So I'm, like Councilmember Mendez said earlier, I think we need to take more time. We need to flesh this out a little bit more. So I'm going to be abstaining tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash is next. Councilmember?
I think we need to think of this somewhat like the engagement of folks. And after folks get engaged, then they start getting serious about discussing their wedding plans and what they're going to do going forward. They don't have every detail worked out because there's so many unknowns in any kind of relationship. And this is major, obviously. We were told yesterday, as I watched the committee meeting, that, yeah, there are a lot of unknowns. And that's part of the next step in this process, is we get the term sheet approved. It gives them an opportunity to kind of know what direction to head in, and now they're going to fill in all those gaps. And it comes back to us again for another vote. We're not approving this in entirety and in completion right now. So I'm going to be voting yes. I think it saves the city tremendous amount of money getting out of the old deal. I think the revenue streams will be sufficient from the revenue from the people who use the stadium to pay for it and get us off the city's general fund and the taxpayers back in big time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This has been a very tough decision, but I attended every public hearing and I listened to everyone and I look at the numbers and I've been up and down on this, but I will be voting yes tonight for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that for me, when I look at the costs associated with this, and I'm not a fan of the Titans, I do want to do what is best for the people. And so my decision comes from that. The way that I look at it, I think there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of big numbers that is being thrown out. I think the cost of the renovation is now $1.8 billion. I disagree, and we all know that. But we also know that 297 is not feasible. It does not make any sense to anyone. So when you look at all the data out there, and including the presentation by Finance Director yesterday, it is reasonable to say that the cost of renovation is between 600 and 800 million. And I think that's what the data is showing for other stadium as well as what we have here. So if the cost is about 600 to 800 million, then it is comparable to the cost of building a new stadium. I said that also people said the cost of the new stadium is 2.1 billion. That is not correct. Metro's obligation is 760 million. We are now paying what the Titans are paying. We're also now paying what the state is paying. I don't know if the state would allow us to use the 500 for something else. So the only thing that I can look at as what the obligation is for Metro is the 760,000. And so when you look at both numbers, and I think they're comparable, the only thing that we have to look at is how does that benefit the taxpayer? You look at the revenue sources, the funding sources for both of them. One is a GO bond that goes with property taxes. One is a revenue bond. When we tried to increase property taxes, a lot of people told us don't do that. Put the burden on tourists. Now we have the opportunity to put it on tourists, and we don't want to go with that option. If we do not build a new one, we have to pay it on GO bonds. And that means it goes to the taxpayer. So that's where I'm looking at it from. Also, look at the liability associated with this. By getting out of the old lease, Metro does not have to keep on paying for maintenance and capital costs for this old stadium. Let the Titans take that up. The last thing I will also let you know is that when you do the renovation, if there is an increased cost, if the estimate of 400, 600 is less, and we get into it and it's more, Metro has to pay that. Whereas with the new construction, if there's an overrun, the Titans will pay that. So for me, I think looking at that from those three angles make a whole lot of sense. The only thing that did not make sense to me was the guarantee by Metro, and also the fact that it's not benefiting all the county, which amendment number 6 and amendment number 9 did. The same thing with all the other amendments. Finally, I'm also voting because this is non-binding. We will still have the opportunity to look at the final document. I'm grateful for the amendment that allows us to do that. When we get the final document, let's keep the negotiation going. Let's keep asking for more. And when we get the final one, let's see where we're at. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Last person in the queue is Councilmember Swope.
Christmas question?
All right, so we're voting on the previous question. You're the last person in the queue. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Yes. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails this time. All right, so let's make sure we know where we are. We're getting ready to vote. We are on RS 2022-1827 as amended. We've gone through the amendments that were adopted. It was a proper motion by Councilmember Withers, who is not in here. There he is. Councilmember Withers, we're getting ready to vote. Councilmember Withers made the motion. It was properly seconded. So we are now ready to vote on RS 2022-1827 as amended for passage. Mr. Clerk, if you would, get the machine ready. We're ready to vote. All right, so we are voting on RS 2022-1827 as amended for passage. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? All right, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 27, noes 8, 3 abstentions. The resolution passes. Right. All right, so next item up is we moved item number 81. It's BL 2022-1529 up for consideration right after this one. So it's on page 26 of my calendar, but I think it's on page 28 of some other people's calendars. Again, it's item number 81. It's BL 2022-1529. This is by Council Members Withers, Roten, Hurt, and Swope. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 5.12 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-4-1415 by increasing the hotel occupancy privilege tax in the amount of 1% and directing the proceeds to be used for the construction of and future capital improvements to a new enclosed stadium and debt service related thereto. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Do we have committee reports on this one that are still outstanding?
It's my understanding, I looked at it, I think they were both approved. Budget and Finance approved this one with an amendment on December the 5th, and Public Facilities approved this one with an amendment on December the 6th, so all committee reports are in.
Thank you, but we do have an amendment from Councilmember Evans.
That's correct. So if you want, do you want to go ahead and move the bill for passage? So Councilmember Withers moves the bill, properly seconded, so we've got it before us, and Councilmember Evans does have an amendment on the bill. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this amendment was born out of some questions to the administration related to the 1% hospitality tax increase. The genesis, to my knowledge, of this process was really some advocacy on behalf of the hospitality industry to the state to be able to enable this opportunity for us. The challenge, of course, in Davidson County is we do have residents experiencing homelessness who live in hotels. We often use hotels for things like rapid rehousing. MNPS has families in hotels. And so this ask is very, very simple, simply an ask to get some more information via the administration, some of our nonprofit partners to report on kind of a little bit of an assessment of, how many people potentially is this increase in tax going to impact, and is there any feasibility about offering a rebate or some kind of way to be able to mitigate that impact on the families that live in Davidson County. So that's kind of the question. To caution or to kind of reiterate to everybody, when I use the word report in this amendment, we're not looking for VSG reporting. We're not looking for USD versus GSD taxation. We're not looking for anything substantial. Really, this shouldn't be more than 1 or 2 pages, and I've probably done half the work already in getting it started. So it's not going to be a heavy lift for the administration or require any budget. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Evans is moving the amendment, her amendment, properly seconded. I'm going to explain one thing, or I'm going to go to Director Darby. This is an amendment to a bill that's on third reading. But Councilmember Darby, it is acceptable. There's no reason to suspend the rules because of why?
Rule 41 allows amendments on third reading for tax ordinances, and this is a tax levy ordinance.
Okay, so that's why it's properly before the body. All right, so Councilmember Evans has moved an amendment number 1. Well, actually, there's other amendments on, but Councilmember Evans has moved an amendment to BL 2022-1529, properly moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember O'Connell on the amendment? Anybody on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Withers, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval of the bill with Councilmember Evans' amendment with a brief comment.
All right. So Councilmember Withers is moving Bill 2022-1529 as amended with Councilmember Evans' amendment just added on. Proper motion, proper second. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This ordinance, just to restate for everyone's purposes, but this ordinance comes from state-enabled legislation, so this source of funds is only available to us for a new and enclosed stadium as per state law. So I know we do have a lot of other needs in the county, but again, these funds would not be available for those other needs. We can certainly revisit our budget, which we're going to start on pretty soon, but these funds are not available for those other purposes. Just wanted to reiterate that. If I could ask one question as well, either for Director Darby or for the administration, is there a time when our ability to authorize this tax ends? In other words, is there a time limit on it?
Director Darby?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, but nonetheless, again, this does allow us to charge hotel guests for a significant portion of the revenue bonds that we would be issuing for the stadium. I generally think that that's appropriate. I really think that Councilmember Evans's amendment is constructive, because I know how important it is that we try to look out for folks who may need some additional help in the community. But again, I think this is a good deal for the city in the sense that we are able to charge hotel guests for a facility that primarily tourists will use, right? So I think that's appropriate and would request everyone's approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Discussion, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we're on to the real kind of portion of this that's opportunity cost. We know that there are a few revenue sources that are going to compete against one another not only is the hotel tax one of those in terms of this particular version of it can't be used for other things, but the other similar surcharges could be under current state law, including transit. I can't imagine passing this at this point with a non-binding term sheet out there. I would much rather, hearing still the concern even among some of the people who voted yes on the non-binding term sheet framework, I would feel like more comfortable waiting to enable this until we knew what the deal actually was. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Similar, I think, to Councilmember O'Connell, I think it's one thing to have a non-binding term sheet where we only have the revenue side projections. This would be levying a tax here, a pretty significant one. And I need to have a better understanding. I'm looking at the finance folks. I need to have a better understanding of how those revenues are going to be expended when it comes time to do that. So I'll be voting no on this today.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Call the Christmas question.
All right. Previous question has been called. All right, so we're not voting on the bill. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on the bill. So we're going to go on the board. We are voting on the motion to approve BL 2022-1529. It's been amended, but we're voting on a motion to approve on third reading. BL 2022-1529 was properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk? Obviously, if you're in favor of the bill, you vote aye. If you're opposed, you vote no. All right. Mr. Clark, if you would, open up the machines. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 27, no 5s, 3 abstentions. The bill passes on third reading. We move on to item number 6 on the calendar. This is RS 2022-1899. That is by Council Members Roten, Syracuse, Hurt, and Gamble. It's a resolution approving a settlement agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Meharry Medical College with respect to claims arising under a lease agreement for the land and improvements used in the operation of Nashville General Hospital and related matters. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval. Actually, Councilmember Syracuse was actually carrying that yesterday, so I ought to defer to him on that one.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have an amendment I'd like to move.
All right, we got a couple of committee reports first, if you don't mind.
Let's do it.
One of the committee reports is by the gentleman standing to your left, Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approve the amendment, 13 in favor, 0 against, and we approve the resolution, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and the other report is from you.
Yeah, thank you. Public Health and Safety recommended approval as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right.
And I'd like to move the amendment. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse Those are the committee reports on RS 2022-1899. And there is an amendment. Councilmember Syracuse wants to move the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the amendment that is sponsored by Councilmember Porterfield, Toombs, and Taylor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to defer to Councilmember Porterfield for an explanation of the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Syracuse, for doing that for me. So this was an amendment that was discussed by the Minority Caucus and that was put up by the caucus in our meeting. What this amendment states is that in the event that a new facility for General Hospital is not ready by the end of the lease, which is the end of 2027, this will just allow the conversation to continue. If Meharry and General decide that they want to extend the lease, they will have that option. So this is not locking them into that at this time. It is just giving them the option to continue the lease if needed. And with that, I ask for my colleagues' support.
All right, so Councilmember Porterfield is just giving an explanation of the amendment. Councilmember Syracuse had moved the amendment, and it was properly seconded. Discussion of the amendment. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, but seeing a very ugly Christmas sweater over there, sorry. We're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval as amended.
All right, so there's a motion to approve RS 2022-1899 as amended for passage. Properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1899 as amended for passage if you're in favor. Did you have a question? Oh, you're abstaining. Okay. All right. We have one abstention. Everybody in favor of passage of RS 2022-1899 as amended for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. And then Councilmember Suarez has to abstain. So that would be listed. So the resolution passes. All right. Thank you. All right. We move on. I would say I'm just recognizing that Dr. Hildreth is in the back. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth, and former Mayor Bill Purcell is back there as well. Okay. All right. Our next item is item number 8, RS 2022-1901. This is a resolution adopting the fund balance reserve policies for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Roten, Johnston, Syracuse are the sponsors. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the resolution. We're on 1901.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
You got a Budget and Finance Committee report.
Budget and Finance approved 13 in favor, 0 against for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay. All right. And so I'll go back to you. Was it is an automatic deferral? Did you all just
deferral.
do it? Automatically deferred?
Yes.
Okay. So this one will be deferred 1 meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're on item number 9, RS 2022-1902 by Councilmember Van Rees and Benedict. It's a resolution approving an economic impact plan for the Madison Station Economic Development Area. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, committee reports, please.
All right. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you. We're on, pardon me,
We're on 1902.
Yeah, I was
while we're talking about people in the back, former Attorney General Bob Cooper is way in the back too. It's Christmas, so and holidays, so I'm recognizing everybody back there. Okay. You've already spoken once, so I've already recognized you. All right. Thank you, former General Cooper. Yeah, Councilmember Roten.
Mr. Vice Mayor, yes, we approved deferral, 13 in favor, 0 against, deferred by rule.
All right.
As amended.
As amended. Okay, Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, with that, I'd like to move the amendment.
All right. So you all put the amendment on.
We did. The amendment was 13 in favor, 0 against as well.
You put the amendment on yesterday in Budget and Finance?
Correct.
And then you deferred?
Yes.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees, you want to put the amendment on, and then it's going to be deferred by rule?
Yes, sir. The amendment is just a housekeeping amendment, but we'd like to go ahead and get that on.
Okay. So Councilmember Van Rees is moving a housekeeping amendment on RS 2022-1902. Properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted.
It is adopted. It's deferred by rule. We'll revisit on January 3rd.
All right, thank you. So this one's automatically deferred by rule. All right. How many people do we have? And we're just double checking. Right in it. Okay, we're okay. All right, thank you. All right, we're on item number 12, RS 2022-1905 by Council Members Gamble, O'Connell, Roten, and others. This is a resolution appropriating $10 million in ARPA funds to Fisk University for the renovation and upgrading of Burrs Hall in a public-private partnership with Metro government to establish a small business and entrepreneurship and innovation facility in North Nashville. Council Member Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved the amendment, 13 in favor, 0 against, and we approved the resolution, 12 in favor, 1 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. I believe there is a late filed amendment being offered by Councilmember Hurt.
All right, so I know there's an amendment. There are, at least what I've got is 2 amendments.
Oh, I do have it. Now, that was the budget report approved as amended. We had one amendment that was filed timely.
Yeah, there's an amendment, and Director Darby, let me make sure I've got this right. I've got an amendment filed by Council Members Porterfield, Toombs, and Taylor in the packet on RS 2022-1905. And then I've got a late filed amendment by Council Member Hurt. All right, can those be taken together, or do they have to be taken separate?
Well, the late filed amendment by Councilmember Hurt incorporates the. Sorry, I apologize. The late filed amendment by Councilmember Hurt incorporates the items that were in the amendment previously filed by Porterfield and Toombs.
All right, so Councilmember, I'm going to somebody to make sure I know which order you want to go into in terms of the amendments.
Can we put the first amendment on? Or are you suggesting, Director Darby, that we do them at the same time?
It would be redundant to do the first one and then the second one. You could just do the second one, the late filed.
And with that, then, because this is late filed, we do have to have, I mean, it has to go through the rule.
You would
so
have to
if
suspend
for whatever reason it doesn't go through, does that negate the First Amendment? Okay, so
No,
the First Amendment will remain.
Then you could move the First Amendment.
Oh, then move the First Amendment. Okay.
All right, so what we're going to do, it sounds like we're going to go to Councilmember Hurt's late filed amendment, see what happens there, and then we can always come back to Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized for a late filed amendment.
So I guess I'm supposed to suspend the rules, but I do want to say that it was discussed in rules that this is still the original amendment. The only thing is that it did not have the numbers attached to the first one, which had already been discussed in committee prior to. So once the legal approved that those numbers could be moved forward. So it's really not a new amendment.
I think because it was filed late, it had to go through the Rules Committee, even though it had some of the similar language that had already been approved.
Okay.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy, you recognized on this late filed amendment.
This did go before rules, and we did say that it was okay under the explanation that we were given, but I would like you to come back to me once we're on the amendment, if we're on the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurt, you need to move to suspend the rules.
So I move to suspend the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Hurt has moved to suspend the rules to get this late filed amendment before us on RS 2022-1905. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? There are 3 hands up, so there is objection to suspension of the rules. Okay, so you cannot file your amendment, or you can't bring it forward tonight. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes,
what do you want to do?
Move the First Amendment.
All right, so the Councilmember Gamble is moving the First Amendment, properly seconded. Councilmember Porterfield is up. Can I go to her?
Sure, please.
Councilmember Porterfield, I'm recognizing you on the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This amendment was also brought forth by the Minority Caucus, and we are asking for the support of the body. In this amendment, what we are proposing, or what we are asking to be amended, is that to the extent allowable under state and federal law, that the funding is conditioned on the Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Innovation Facility at Fisk University, endeavoring to focus on the creation of minority-owned businesses and limiting participation of the program to Davidson County residents and minority students and alumni of colleges and universities in Davidson County. So we wanted to make sure that the people of Davidson County are the ones that are able to benefit from from the Innovation Center. We definitely support this project, and with that, we ask for the support of the body. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, so there's a motion to approve this amendment by Councilmember Porterfield. It's been properly seconded. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Since committee, there were some information that came in. I just want to make sure that I understand. I think the way that the sponsor of the amendment explained it, I have a correct understanding, but I guess I want to ask legal for a little bit of clarification. If I could give an example. So I am a Nashville resident currently, and I graduated from Belmont University. I am a woman, so I typically could qualify as a minority candidate for minority-owned businesses and things like that. If I move, obviously not until the end of my council term or anything like that, so nobody getting any ideas. If I, as a woman who graduated from Belmont University, moved to somewhere else outside of Davidson County, would I be able to qualify for this grant? There was some confusion on whether this does apply to Davidson County residents only, or whether, and it could be that some of the language in the late file changed that, or maybe it's the amendment that changes that. I just want to be clear when we say that this applies for Davidson County residents, that this is going to Davidson County residents.
Director Darby.
The funds that are being appropriated by this resolution do not actually go to fund grants to individuals. It is going to fund the construction of a facility that will then be utilized for individuals. The amendment places a condition on the use of that facility for these individuals. So to the extent that that is permitted by state and federal law, then if you as a graduate of the university wanted to utilize that facility or the services that they're offering, then it would be consistent with the amendment.
Okay, but somebody like parachuting in from some other state would not. This is limited to Davidson County residents, correct?
Davidson County residents, yes.
Thank you. I am in support of the amendment.
All right, thank you.
And alumni, so if you move out of Davidson County, but you are an alumni of the university, you would still be able to utilize the facility and the services.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's only a certain percentage of those who would be bound to those that criteria, because we wanted to make sure that the minority community was able to take advantage of these facilities. There was, or it still is, a Nashville Business Incubation Center that I know as an occupant for some time in that center, even though it was in Davidson County.
All right.
Even though it was located in Davidson County, you had more residents of that incubation center who lived outside of the county. So we wanted to make sure that at least 51% of those who were in this incubation innovation center were from Davidson County. It's my understanding that it has been said that this was only going to focus on a certain population of people, which is an untruth. And I'm not sure how that was spread throughout this council, but you can go and look, and it does say that it is open to any graduate of a Davidson County school. So someone who is a minority from Vanderbilt, Belmont, Lipscomb, Trevecca, and any other Davidson County school will have access to the services. It's just that we wanted to ensure that those in the North Nashville community, and I'm sure this is in response to the pushback that came from the Jefferson Street cap. And I do think it's awful rude that we are not having undivided attention to such matters as this, but it's also very disappointing that people would refuse to even prioritize something in the minority community for minorities when we do it all over this city and other places.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. My only comment on that in this amendment is that for 7 years, I've done my level best to support the interests of Fisk as a university and campus community. And on the one hand, I appreciate the efforts of the Minority Caucus to bring this matter forward for consideration. On the other hand, if there is one institution in the city that I would not worry about their devotion to just this level of attentiveness, it is Fisk University. So I will say that, in my discussions with the university, they also did not anticipate having to think about this. And so my hope is we can move forward with trust in Fisk as a remarkable institution that has always sought to do this. And anyway, I just wanted to offer that observation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just piggybacking off of Councilmember O'Connell, I think the intent initially by the Minority Caucus was to make sure that students, that the focus for this Business Innovation Center be minority participants in Davidson County and allow also students and alumni who live in Davidson County to be able to participate or qualify to participate in the programs that will be held at this Innovation Center. I think the First Amendment does that. I think there may have been some confusion in the Second Amendment with some of the language that didn't specify that the minority alumni of colleges and universities had to live in Davidson County. It just said that they had to attend a school in Davidson County. So I think there was a little bit of confusion in that language. Nevertheless, I think we all agree that this Innovation Center is very much needed in our city, and to be at the campus of Fisk University, this is the first public-private partnership that Metro has entered into with a historically Black college and university. This Innovation Center will focus on providing support, technical support, collaboration, and financial support. And I'm speaking about the bill. I maybe need to wait to do that. But I just wanted to reiterate that there are a lot of co-sponsors to the bill. I appreciate the support from everyone and the hard work of Fisk and the administration in putting this public-private partnership together, and I hope everyone will support the First Amendment, which just makes sure that the focus is on minority participants in Davidson County. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I got to go to Councilmember Hancock first, and I'll come back to Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Gamble, for all the work you've done on this, and to Councilwoman Porterfield for the amendment. I'm just concerned about the last sentence because it doesn't seem to me to meet exactly what you were saying. And from the explanation from Director Darby, and just to read that last part again, it says, limiting participation in the program to Davidson County residents and minority students and alumni of colleges and universities in Davidson County. So I believe, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, Director Darby, but even when Councilor Murphy asked that question, this could be alumni of colleges and universities of Davidson County that no longer live here. And I'm not sure if that was your intention, but that's what I'm reading in that sentence. Just saying. But thank you for your work on it. I love this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to stand and say that I was the first one to bring this legislation to this chamber. I was also the initiator of the discussion with Fisk in regards to those who will be participating in this program, making sure, because when those people spoke for the Jefferson Street cap or in opposition, they said they wanted more opportunity for black businesses in the North Nashville community. Just because this particular center is located on Fisk campus does not automatically guarantee that it will be solely used for Fisk, its students, its alumni, or members of that North Nashville community or any other minority. What the Second Amendment was to codify and quantify the populace that will be residents of that center. What we are asking, what we are passing now, leaves it open to anyone. And what is disheartening is that we've allowed politics to come in and to diminish the strength of what this Innovation Incubation Center could mean for the North Nashville community. And perhaps it is because this is a center that is being created for the new Jefferson Street and North Nashville and not those existing residents that are here now. And if you were to read those emails from individuals, especially those who are Fisk alum, because I've read several and I know them, they are under the impression that it is going to be theirs, when in fact it very well may not be. And in 5-10 years, we will know exactly what it is. And I just wanted the safeguards in that, but politics obviously have prevailed.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We were just trying to get a little clarity on the intent of the intent as it was discussed at the minority caucus. Is there anyone that can answer the question from, I guess, the administration? Will there be any risk to a one-meeting deferral on this so that we can clear up any confusion that anybody may have about the way that the language was written in the amendment?
Mr. Jameson?
We do understand that Fisk is anxious to begin the construction process on this as soon as possible. But the ARP requirements are, we have until December of 24 for expenditure purposes. So I think there would be enormous disappointment. I think Mr. Friedrichsen is here with us tonight. Both amendments were agreeable to the administration. We do believe the first at least captures the spirit of the second. I agree with Councilman O'Connell. There would be no doubt in anyone's mind that Fisk would endeavor to prioritize service to minority students, minority residents, and Davidson County residents generally. So even without that specific point set forth in an amendment, I think we can all take faith that Fisk would do exactly that. So we would urge approval tonight if that's the council's will, but we cannot state that there's any fatality to the financing if deferred.
Thank you for that. The intent of this was to make sure that Davidson County residents are the people that are able to take advantage of this, and that is not being taken advantage of by people outside of Davidson County. But we also wanted to make sure that there was, that this remained open to minority students as well as alumni. I'm going to ask for approval tonight, Vice Mayor. I'm going to ask for approval of the legislation the way that it is. So I ask my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're still on the amendment. All right, we've still got people in the queue. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right, so Councilmember Bradford has called the previous question, so we'll see where we are. Just on the previous question, we haven't voted on the amendment yet. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on an amendment. This is an amendment to RS 2022-1905. This is Councilmember Porterfield's amendment, okay? So Councilmember Porterfield moved her amendment. It was properly seconded. We've had lots of discussion. We are now ready to vote on Councilmember Porterfield's amendment. All those in favor of Councilmember Porterfield's amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Councilmember Porterfield's amendment is on. All right, so now we're back on the resolution as amended. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval of RS 2022-1905 as amended, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. Councilmember Bradford, your name's still up there. Do you want to speak on the resolution? Okay. On the resolution as amended, any discussion? We are ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is passed. Okay, thank you. All right, we are now on item number 18. This is RS 2022-1911 by Councilmember Roten. It's a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Joshua Lipscomb against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $450,000, said amount to be paid out of the Judgments and Losses Fund and the Nashville Fire Department's operating budget. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll move approval.
Okay, you got a committee
and
report.
Committee reports.
Okay. It's yours.
It's mine. 9 in favor, 0 against, 4 present and not voting.
All right. Okay, so Councilmember Roten, you're moving approval of RS 2022-1910? Okay.
Yes, move approval.
All right, so there's motion to approve, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I asked this question in Budget and Finance, but just for the benefit of everybody else that wasn't in Budget and Finance yesterday. The policies that were in place previously that enabled this legislative action or this, to take place have now been changed, and can we just get the administration to confirm that? Thank you.
Mr. Jameson? Oh, Mr. Cross?
Mr. Jameson is absent, but I will confirm that the policies have been changed.
Okay, thank you. All right. I've got Councilmember Stiles. Do I need to come to you first?
Never. You got a hard one.
Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a very large amount of money. I'm just wondering how we came to this number in particular regarding this matter. Whoever can answer that question.
Mr. Cross?
This is a business decision. It is a lot of money, and we don't bring them to you unless we think it's in Metro's best interest to settle. In this case, we've already got a tip of the hand from the judge on which way she's leaning. The enforcement or the action enforcement of the policies has already been enjoined, and one of the factors that they consider is likelihood of success on the merits. And she found that the plaintiff was likely to succeed on the merits. This is a kind of case arising under Section 1983, where the bigger concern is often attorney's fees. We're told that the plaintiff's attorneys already have something like $300,000 in fees accumulated. There have been a ton of depositions and document reviews and more to come, and we're nowhere near trial. That's why we're recommending it. I should also mention, I think you understand that the employees agreed to resign as a condition of the settlement.
Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the response.
All right. Councilmember Roten?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. My question was answered. I was going to ask Mr. Cross to answer the same question, so okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Nobody else in the queue? Councilmember Roten has moved approval of RS 2022-1911. Properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2022-1911 for passage say aye. Opposed, no? No. Okay, so we've got at least one no and some abstentions, so we're on the board. Okay. Mr. Clerk? All right, so it's a motion to approve by Councilmember Roten on RS 2022-1911. We're ready. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We're voting on RS 2022-1911 for passage. Everybody in? Councilmember O'Connell, Councilmember Suara. Okay, everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 23, noes 1, 8 abstentions. Resolution passes. Okay. All right, we're on item number 22. This is RS 2022-1915 by Councilmembers Roberts, Roten, Withers, and Syracuse. It's a resolution approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government and the Metropolitan Nashville Airport Authority for use of the property commonly known as the John C. Toon Airport for the development and construction of an aircraft hangar and a lease for the storage of aircraft, aeronautical equipment, and other related materials to the police department. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 1 present not voting.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, and Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts is moving for approval of RS 2022-1915, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. We'll try it by Councilmember Rutherford, hold on. Okay. All right, we're ready to vote. We're voting on RS 2022-1915 for passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, resolution passes. All right, thank you. All right, we're on item number 31, RS 2022-1924 by Councilmember Withers and Roten. This is a resolution approving an application for a brownfield community-wide assessment grant for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Planning Department to evaluate the presence of environmental contaminants within properties along the East Bank having a history of industrial use. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
This resolution is withdrawn. Okay, we are now on item number 33, RS 2022-1926 by Councilmember Mendez and Welsh. It's a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County decline $50 million of the proceeds of the state bonds if the state of Tennessee will agree to use such declined funds to provide adequate and appropriate facilities for children in the custody of the Tennessee Department of Children's Services. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Move approval with a very short explanation.
All right, Councilmember Mendez has moved approval, properly seconded. I got a Budget and Finance Committee report. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted 2 in favor, 10 against for disapproval recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
We talked about these same issues in connection with amendment number 3 to the term sheet resolution, and so ditto that conversation. I'd ask people to support this, but nothing more to add than what was talked about with that amendment.
Okay. All right. So any discussion? Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
I'm going to say ditto to my previous comments, just for the interest of time on the previous amendment number 3, which is basically the exact same thing that we're doing here with this resolution. Please vote no.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we're on the board. We are voting on a motion to approve by Councilmember Mendez on RS 2022-1926 is properly seconded, but I think there's going to be no vote, so we have to go on the board. Mr. Clerk? Kathleen's way back and back. Okay, we're ready. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. This is a motion to approve by Councilmember Mendez on RS 2022-1926. We are voting on a motion to approve by Councilmember Mendez on RS 2022-1926. Councilmember Hancock, we are voting on RS 2022-1926. Everybody in? All right. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 9, noes 20, 2 abstentions. The motion to approve fails. Right. All right. We are now on, we've got a couple of resolutions in the back. RS 2022-1930, that's item number 37 by Councilmember Suara, O'Connell, and Taylor. Resolution honoring James Henry Jake Sherrill and recognizing his contributions to Nashville. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Rules Committee, Councilmember Murphy. There she goes.
It was previously read, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Suara.
I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Suara has moved approval of RS 2022-1930, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I pulled it out because I would like to invoke the Murphy rule. Mr. Sherrill has been in the North Nashville community for a long time. He's 96 years old. is a barbing salon there for about 65 years. What I love about his story is the fact that he usually provides free haircuts to children that are of economic disadvantage background, and he also provided money that started a scholarship that has already sent 11 students to college, which I think is commendable for this 96-year-old resident of Nashville. And I'm hoping that you all will support, and I would like to ask that everyone voting in support be added as a sponsor.
All right. Without objection, everybody who votes in favor will be added as a sponsor. We've got a motion to approve RS 2022-1930, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. We're on RS 2022-1931 by Councilmember Hurt. Resolution congratulating Fisk University student Kellen Franklin for his appearance on Wheel of Fortune's College Week. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to get up and indicate that it was not just an appearance on Wheel of Fortune, but Kellen Franklin won that Wheel of Fortune episode. He was the one that actually went into the bonus round to win the big prize. He did not get the big prize, but he did win the Wheel of Fortune on that day. And I just wanted to clarify that it was more than him appearing there, but he actually won. And he went against those who were from Ivy League schools. So I thought that was a great win for him, Fisk University, and the city of Nashville to have such fine representation.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I think there was a committee report in there. Councilmember Murphy?
The committee report was 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So Councilmember Murphy is moving approval of RS 2022-1931, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? No. You adopt. RS 2022-1932 by Councilmembers Vercher and Hurt. Resolution recognizes the TSU Tigers volleyball team as the 2022 Ohio Valley Conference champions. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized on the resolution.
Move for approval.
All right. Committee reports. Councilmember Murphy?
5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Vercher has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes, I'd like all those voting in favor to be added to this resolution, please.
All right, any objection to that? Seeing none, everybody's on. All those in favor of RS 2022-1932 for approval say aye. Opposed, no. This one is approved. All right, we're ready for bills on introduction, first reading. Anything needs to be bumped off? Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I regret 1644. I need to pull off.
1644 and 1645 as well. Both of them. 1644 and 1645 are both going to be, wait a minute, 1645 is Councilmember Van Rees's. 1644 is pulled off of first, and 1645 is also going to be pulled off. Okay. Anything else needs to be pulled off of first? All right. Seeing none, Councilmember Syracuse moves for approval of the first reading of bills on first reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bills on first reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bills pass on first reading. We'll go back to those two items. Item number 54, Bill 2022-1644 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific planned district on property located at 1908 Lebanon Pike. Lebanon Pike, unnumbered, northeast corner of Alejandro Drive. And Lebanon Pike, it's 5.92 acres. Councilmember Syracuse, recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With apologies in advance, I need to request suspension of Rule 19.
All right. So this one did not have to go to Rules Committee. This is just a suspension because it's an SP. It's Rule 19. Councilmember Syracuse is moving to suspend the rules on this one to get this before us tonight on first reading. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your bill.
Thank you. Move approval brief comment.
All right. Motion is to approve is to approve on first reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, colleagues. This has to go back through planning. There was a typo in the plan, so this doesn't change the plan at all, but it does have to go back through. It doesn't even need staff analysis. So I'm going ahead and calling the bill now so that we can expedite this process, and I appreciate your support. Move approval.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of 1644 on first reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's adopted. Item number 55. Councilmember Van Rees. BL 2022-1645, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan district on property located at the southwest corner of Creative Way and Inspiration Boulevard, 4.71 acres. Increase the allowed square footage of non-residential uses within the mixed-use development. Increase permitted height of building M to 2 stories and 40 feet. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I need to suspend the rules because this is not going into the public, to the Planning Commission until January 12th.
Right,
and I'd like to go ahead.
Same thing as Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Van Rees has moved to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your bill.
With that, I move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval on first reading of BL 2022-1645. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's approved on first reading. Okay, so we are now on bills on second reading. There is the second reading consent calendar. I'm going to go through those bills that are on second reading consent calendar. BL 2022-1579, item number 60 is on consent. 1580 is on consent. Item number 62, 1582 is on consent. Item number 63, 1583 is on consent. Item 64 is on consent. Item 65 is on consent. Item 66 is on consent. Item number 67, BL 2022-1587 is on consent. 1588 is on consent. 1589 is on consent. 1590 is on consent. 1591 is on consent. 1592 is on consent, and 1593 is on consent. All right, so starting with item number 60, everything is on consent on second reading. Anything needs to be bumped off of the consent calendar? All right, here we go. Item number 60, BL 2022-1579 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code of Laws to align the term of the members of the Metropolitan Council appointed to the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board with the Metropolitan Council term. Item 61 by Councilmember Pulley, an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 15.16.370 to clarify the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services' ability to access, read, repair, and replace meters. BL 2022-1582, that's item 62 by Roten, Young, Evans, and others. Ordinance establishing a program for the purpose of providing assistance to low-income elderly residents of the Metropolitan government for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Item number 63, BL 2022-1583 by Roten and Hurt, an ordinance approving Amendment 2 to the contract for program management services between Gobble Hayes Partners and the Metropolitan government of Davidson County, which extends the contract term for an additional 30 months and limits the scope. Item number 64, BL 2022-1584 by Witherson Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon public sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, and an easement to construct public sanitary sewer mains and sewer manholes, to acquire permanent and temporary easements to negotiate acceptance and for property located at 28th Avenue North. BL 2022-1585, Witherson Pulley, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water mains and easements and to accept new water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 1904 Hay Street, also known as Hay Street Residential. Bill 2022-1586 by Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 1317B Baptist Rural Center Drive. BL 2022-1587, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer manholes and easements for property located at 1300B Edge Hill Avenue. BL 2022-1588, item 68 by O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley and Evans. An ordinance authorizing Metropolitan government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes, relocate public fire hydrants, and to accept new public sanitary sewer mains and manholes. Property located at 110 Joe Johnston Avenue, also known as Metro Permanent Supportive Housing. housing. BL 2022-1589 by Councilmember Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water main and to accept new public water mains and one sanitary sewer manhole for 3 properties located at 542, 546, and 548 Rosedale Avenue. Item number 70, BL 2022-1590 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 1010 Church Street. Item number 71, BL 2022-1591 by Bradford, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water mains, except a new public water main, fire hydrant assemblies for property located at 1 Terminal Drive, also known as Atlantic Aviation Hangars. Item number 72, BL 2022-1592 by Withers and Pulley. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 2 projects located at 2676 and 2664 Sanford Road in Williamson County. And item number 73, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley, BL 2022-1593, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to rehabilitate existing public sanitary sewer mains and to accept sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 1264 3rd Avenue South, also known as 3rd and Hart. Those are the items on the second reading consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped off? All right, seeing none, those are the items. I have committee reports due in. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized. You got 2 of them.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved 1582 and 1583, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, Government Operations, you've got one, 1579.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee approved 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Withers, you got a couple in Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. All of the items that we had, we recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hart. She's not in here. Anybody have public facilities? Okay. Councilmember Soap, can you grab Councilmember Hart? You got 1 committee report in. Councilmember Pulley, have you got it? Councilmember Bradford? 1583.
1583, we voted 7 in favor, none against to approve.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Pulley, you've got the last group.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of RS 2022-1580 and 1584 through 1593. 9 in favor, 0 against, and I move approval of the second reading consent agenda.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the second reading consent calendar, properly seconded. Any discussion on the second reading consent calendar? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Second reading consent calendar passes. All right, so we've got a couple of bills to take up, at least 3 on second reading. First one is item number 57, BL 2022-1528 by Councilmember Sepulveda, Toombs, Stiles, and others, an ordinance amending Title II, Title VI, and Title VII of the Metropolitan Code to amend the membership of various boards and commissions. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. The committee approved as substituted, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Murphy, Rules.
As substituted, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Sepulveda, you recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has the substitute. She is moving the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. So the substitute was worked on with both the administration and several of the chairs of some of the boards that are mentioned in the legislation. We met and discussed some things that they believed were missing and some thoughts that they had. And so that is what the amendment is doing. It's addressing some of those. With that, I would ask for your support.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved the substitute on BL 2022-1528. Again, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitutes on. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the administration, the board chairs, and the minority caucus for working on this legislation with me. If y'all had seen it or have heard about it before, we are reworking the way we appoint some boards and commissions with a number of them coming from the council body. We did this because we know that we have increased our diversity on boards and commissions through this administration, and we are thankful for that. We just have a little bit more work to do, and who better than council members who know who their community members are on the ground that might not get a chance to be nominated for boards and commissions to be able to be appointed to serve. And so that is what we are doing here. Just so you all know, some of these boards do have specific requirements. An example of this would be maybe the legislation says that we need one engineer. Those requirements would still go through the administration. We would just be voting on the members themselves. And with that, I would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Council Member. So Councilmember Sepulveda has moved approval of BL 2022-1528 as substituted for approval on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and certainly we do have, I think, the front row seat on to people that would be good members potentially for committees. So I think this is a good move. I do wonder if there's any fiscal note. There's nothing in the notes about that, but is there any potential staff requirements to support council members in finding out what we need to do to make those nominations?
Director Darby, you have anything?
There's no fiscal note on the legislation. There's no direction in the bill itself to staff to assist with vetting members that might be appointed. That's not to say that in the future it might not happen and there might be some sort of fiscal need for the council office to assist council members with vetting.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Any other discussion? Councilmember Sepulveda, anything? Okay. All right, nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote. We are voting on BL 2022-1528 as substitute for passage on second reading. All those in favor of that say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so that passes on second reading. We're on item number 58, BL 2022-1533. That's an ordinance accepting an easement on certain property located at 7034 Charlotte Pike, owned by Lowe's Home Centers. Councilmember Rosenberg, Roten, Withers, and others. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right, so let me make sure I got all the committee reports are in. Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg is moving his substitute. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this substitute puts some conditions on the fencing of the Brookmead encampment in District 35. First, I'll contrast it with the Druffel-Hauser amendment that got a little social media bump today. It merely says two forms of housing, neither of which needs to be permanent, need to be offered. Nothing about permanent housing, nothing about providing supports, nothing of substance at all. By contrast, the substitute says that Metro has to at least award the RFP for the Keys to Hope, Help, and Housing Support Program, which was supposed to happen this month. It says all residents of the encampment as of 12/6 need to have been offered navigation services and offered a clear path to permanent housing. It says there must be a 2-week period after placement so that if and when residents return to the camp during the transitional period, there can be outreach. It says Metro must certify that the above has occurred, and it directs that the residents continue to receive these services even after we build that wall. It does not in any way preclude MHID from getting people into temporary housing immediately. Again, it does not in any way preclude MHID from getting people into temporary housing now. So let's be clear about what's going on at the Brookmead camp right now. It's not housing people, it's an encampment closure. And it's being done in an irresponsible, unsustainable way, and it's being done for political purposes. The conditions at Brookmead are bad and nobody should live there. The same goes for much of our unhoused population. Still, those who live at Brookmead have been placed at the front of the line because of their choice of community, pushing those with greater needs farther back in line. Still, if the decision to close Brookmead has been made, fine, but we need to do it right. I had a most discouraging call last week with a consultant and members of the administration. The consultant said that our continuum of care hasn't prioritized chronic homelessness until this year, which is insulting and wrong. The consultant said that none of the many outreach organizations on the ground expressed concern about the rush timeline. Multiple providers told me they have grave concerns and that they did express it, and that's outlined in a letter I'll get to. The consultant told me that nearly all of the residents have accepted temporary housing. I spoke with the primary provider on the ground at Brookmead yesterday, who said 25 residents, which is a majority, haven't even been referred for housing. 7 residents moved in after December 1st and don't even qualify under the administration plan and will just be shooed out. The remainder haven't had their first onboarding session yet. In fact, the expectation of those who know these residents best is that 1/3 will accept housing, 1/3 will move farther into the woods off Metro property, and 1/3 will disperse into the community, further isolating them and no doubt infuriating the same residents who are complaining today. Our homeless population is being poorly served today by inadequate services, and that's why we allocated $9 million to provide services. That RFP that we were told would be issued immediately after October passage of that ARP money wasn't issued at all until 2 weeks ago. The plan is to shuttle these folks to the roadway inn. To start, there are people living at Brookmead who already have rooms at the roadway, but they elect not to stay at the motel. There aren't adequate services available there, and that is deadly. Following the eviction of residents from the Jefferson Street encampment, we saw death after death. Housing is important, but when you isolate an individual suffering from addiction, for example, the tendency is to use, and they need addiction services. They need someone to administer Narcan when they overdose. We need to provide services and not just an empty room. Our nonprofit partners have all said the proposed timeline from the administration is impossible. Salvation Army can't possibly provide needed services by January 4th. The RFP recipient for these services won't be online until January 31st. How can we expect success when we're set up for failure? I'll continue in a moment.
All right, I do have people in the queue. So this is on your substitute. This is you've got a motion to approve your substitute, properly seconded. There was a mess up on the board. I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendez first. You're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I support this substitute and would like to yield the remainder of my time to Councilmember Rosenberg.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
How can we expect, thank you, Councilmember and Vice Mayor. How can we expect success when we're set up for failure? Our unhoused neighbors deserve better than this haphazard timeline. They're being poorly served, as are the mayor and this council, by inexperience and a refusal to listen to the residents and those who care most about them. And we're all being misserved by dishonesty. Don't let them get away with hurting these folks. They're pushing some people to the front of the line to achieve a political end, haphazardly placing them without care or concern, in effect sacrificing humans to achieve a political end. And I can't remember when I've been more ashamed of this government. With that, I refer you to the letter signed by the Mental Health Co-op, Shower the People, Colby's Army, and Open Table Nashville, and supported by Neighborhood Health. It's on your desk, and all of these folks are on the ground at Brookmead. And ask that you please support my constituents at Brookmead and those who serve them by voting yes on the substitute. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hauser's first. I'm sorry, I just missed that one. And then Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, I would like April from the Homeless Impact Division to address the accusations that have been wedged this evening. I am really disappointed to hear such rhetoric and untruths. April, would you please address?
Ms. Calvin, you're recognized.
Thank you for that, Council Lady Gloria Hauser. It is extremely disheartening to hear rhetoric like that. It's also extremely disheartening to hear one-sided views. You're listening to agencies whose mission, vision, goals, and strategies do not equate to housing. And outreach worker providing life-saving measures is essential, but housing agencies providing housing opportunities maximizes the lives of the people that live outside. We had a homeless annual memorial just last Saturday. And last year we had 203 deaths of people living outside. This year we have 173. Housing saves lives. The people that you listed on the bottom of that letter would say the exact same thing. Housing saves lives. Some of your other accusations, I just had a note to write here. The same thirds that you provided of where they moved back into the trees and all of that, I just want you to know I have the same thirds of a third of interim gap housing that you all awarded and approved, a third of shared housing and interim housing opportunities, and then a third of permanent housing options that's available to the people that are living in the camp. There's 45 to 50 people that live in the camp. We have 143 housing options for them that's been made available. The services that are available as well also include support services from detox organizations. We've talked with Mahari, who has a detox program, Mending Hearts. We have several partners that are readily available to stand in. But most importantly, the interim temporary gap housing. We spoke with the leadership of Salvation Army, the leadership of CCF. They've been providing these life-saving measures for the people that live outside since we started focusing on outdoor homelessness 2 years ago. They are well prepared to provide the services that are needed. They also have the partnerships and the collaborations that are in place to help in that situation. But most importantly, we have a team of contract employees, nationally known disaster relief efforts that have boots on the ground here, providing intensive in-person case management services. They are in the camps, and they are also at the hotel providing around-the-clock care. I'm sure there's several more things. I don't know if I'm going to get a horn or not, but I'll continue. Some other temporary housing options that, for me, interim gap housing is some of the life-saving measures that I would like to share with you all, because there's someone that's going to know who they are, know where they are. I think when we push a motion for all permanent housing, that's where you run into some of the isolation and or possibly dying alone because they've been scattered out. But we have been providing this service in that camp intensively for the last week, and you can't imagine the cries of, when am I going to get out of here? How fast is it coming? Metro Council and the mayor has approved $50 million, and where are you all now? So as we're looking to help with the life-saving efforts, I do want you to know that they are ready to move. Several of them, that a lot of those organizations that you named on that list that said they wouldn't go, are the first ones that got in the van to leave yesterday and today and have already been housed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Calvin. Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, and one thing that was not brought up is in Council Member Rosenberg's amendment. He says that if one person doesn't accept, not that the housing, as you heard from April, we have 3 places for each person to go to, but if one person says, hell no, I won't go, then the camp never gets closed, and that is a travesty. While we were debating this at our last council meeting, a person who was a resident at that camp who had been paid that day and others knew he had been drug out of his camp, beaten, sodomized, and robbed while we were fiddling around trying to determine what to do next. I'm just going to yield to Councilmember Druffel, because to have listened to the rhetoric that was totally untrue is very disappointing, very disappointing. We have an opportunity for the first time ever to really create solutions, not just Band-Aids. The nonprofits have been fabulous in keeping people alive while they lived in disgusting circumstances. As April said, their mission is not to house. Their mission is to try to keep people alive who are living outdoors. And that is commendable, and I'm thrilled and glad that they exist. But they are not the ones to solve the issue. That is not their mission. That is not their skill set. We need to let those who this is their mission and this is the skill set to follow through on the plan that we all said we wanted to really address the situation. We were tired of Band-Aids. We were tired of kicking the can down the road. We were tired of just bulldozing people. We are not bulldozing people. We are not forcing people to make poor choices. We are helping to support those individuals so that they can start living like human beings again. We need to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, as chair of the homeless oversight, I always felt like you got to inspect what you expect, right? When I spent 3 hours this afternoon in that encampment, I wasn't sure. They didn't know I was coming. Nobody knew what was going on. But they were starting the process of relocating some of these. Went through the entire encampment, talked to at least 12 people in the encampment. One-on-one, just simply said, how do you feel about moving? Okay, one-on-one, right? Nobody knows who I am. Every one of them, except one, said they were happy to me moving. Okay? This is, again, just pure random expectation. One said, I won't tell his name, but really funny guy. I said, he goes, I'm not sure I want to move. And I said, why? He goes, I just don't like change. And I thought, okay, I get that, right? I mean, change is change and it makes you nervous, and I've moved 100 times, so you get it. So you got these people that are really looking forward to it. They're packing. It's being done in an organized fashion. It's truly amazing. I wish you could all have walked with me. I actually have tons of pictures. This is the right thing to do. These people are suffering. They're going to go and have, it's 5 degrees, 0 degrees in the next couple of days. They go in and out of these problems. We have to help them. This isn't about the camp as much as helping people at a really fundamental level. They need help. They need mental help. They need all these. We do have a location. We have a place for them, as April has suggested. We have them. People have already been identified. Every one of those people that I saw, beyond the 12 that I probably talked to, know where they're going in the next few days to go to this hotel. They're looking forward to it. Are there probably one or two I missed? Probably. But the reality is, this is a great solution for people that are suffering. When you look at this encampment and the number of people that have suffered, died, it's ridiculous. So I would ask that you not follow through with this. The second part of this, it is concerning because if you really meet these people and you go and talk to them, and I would encourage any of you to do that, then you recognize they need help. And letting them in the encampment isn't going to help them in any ways. The second thing is I spent about 2 months in these planning committee meetings. Kathy Jennings, the Continuum of Care, she led it. She's, chair of the contributor. And the reality is we had 12, 14 nonprofits. We had at least 4 unhoused in there. At the end of this, and I was with them almost the entire time, they all agreed this is the right way to go. This isn't any random deal here. They all agreed. Then we had other people. So I would suggest to you, we need to follow what we said when we approved the $50 million. We also need to take care of the people in this house, and this isn't the way to do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't know if this should be a point of order, but when you click on documents, we should be able to see any of the documents with this legislation. We can see the Druffel-Hauser document, but the Rosenberg document is not on our system. So can we get that fixed or rectified? I mean, we should be able to have access to both. Yeah. Both of these.
Obviously, we can't fix it. Maybe the IT folks can fix it.
That's who I was referring to, Vice Mayor. Thank you. No, we pay a lot of money for this system. It'd be great if it actually worked every meeting. So thank you.
Did you have a question about the?
Not at all. I just want to be able to read the substitute.
All right. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think there is a little bit of confusion about what this substitute actually does. It in no way stops MHID's ability to house people as they are housing them now, not in any way, shape, or form. What this substitute does is ensure that the support services that are required by a housing first approach, which is what we approved with the $50 million, is actually in place, because without that, we are doomed to fail. I would have to question something that Ms. Calvin said about, yes, working with national efforts. I'm kind of wondering why MHID would not have actually coordinated and contracted with local providers on the ground so that we wouldn't have to go outside. It is the local providers who ultimately will be providing these services on an ongoing basis. So it's really important that we have those collaborations. What is happening right now is kind of similar to what happened with the Jefferson Street encampment. That happened last spring, and we still have people living in temporary housing. They are not in permanent housing because the permanent housing doesn't exist. They're in temporary housing without necessary wraparound services, which is the danger. Nothing in this substitute precludes MHID doing exactly what they are doing now. It just asks that we do this right as we move forward, so we actually get people the services that they need so that they can be successful in housing. Earlier today, Ms. Calvin and Director Pratt sent a letter to us all, and I sent back some questions that I had, questions that were raised by the letter, and I didn't get a response, but it's just very important that people realize that what this substitute does is actually put into writing that we are going to follow the housing first approach, which is what we need to do, what we're supposed to do, and what we said we were doing when we allocated $50 million to address this problem. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to support this and not listen to the rhetoric that somehow this is interfering with what is happening right now. It is not. It is simply shoring that up and making sure it is the most effective and that we get everything that we can get correctly so that people will be successful when we house them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg, I got to skip over you first. Councilmember Nash?
Call the question.
All right, so Councilmember Nash has called the previous question. We're not voting on the substitute, we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are on Councilmember Rosenberg's motion to approve his substitute. Okay, we're not on the bill, we're on the substitute. That's what's before us. Mr. Clerk, I think I need you to open up the machines. Just tell me when you're ready. Okay, so if you're in favor of Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Okay, Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Again, we're voting on the substitute, not the bill, the substitute. If you're for Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Ready in? Okay, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 14, no 16, 7 abstentions. The substitute fails. All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, I'm back to you. We do have a proposed amendment sitting here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to defer one meeting so we can adjust the substitute language to something that's acceptable.
There's a motion to defer with a second discussion on the deferral motion. I've got a lot of people in the queue. If you want to speak on the deferral motion, raise your hand. Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, you got me? Okay. Yeah, I would suggest that we would consider our amendment, which highlights pretty much what we agreed to when we agreed to the 50 million, right? We said, here's the criteria. And if I remember, we went through 2 or 3 meetings to discuss this. And let me read. It says that they will be given options, one of options, permanent or semi-permanent housing, in accordance with the Continuum of Care Homeless Planning Council Shelter Committee, outdoor housing strategy, and Metro Nashville's coordinated entry process. This is everything that we need to be doing that we agreed to do. And I'll go back to suggest...
Order.
Councilman Rosenberg.
On the deferral motion?
Well, so I'm listening to it, but I think it is on the deferral motion.
Yeah, because it gives a...
He's explaining why he probably doesn't want you to defer.
Why I don't think a deferral would be appropriate.
Right.
So
you can continue.
I see this as something that we should address now. We have we have a great amendment that highlights exactly what this council has suggested doing when we approved the 50 million. And again, I've been through these meetings. This is well-founded. These people that got involved with this isn't just sort of a random act. We spent a lot of time on this. Therefore, deferring this is just kicking the can down the road when the reality is we have solutions right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, council member. Somebody else on the deferral motion. Councilmember Nash first, and then Councilmember Hauser.
I also speak against the deferral. These people are out there in freezing cold weather. I want Brookmead to get finished up just as expeditiously and efficiently as we can and make sure that these people get their service, because second on the list is a group of people that are living next to 7 Mile Creek right now. And we know what happened when we had the flood a year ago, March, and 7 people got washed away in that. And it's time to get those people out of the woods there and into housing. So I would ask that we not defer this.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser.
I also request that we do not defer this. This bill is to finish up the fencing. We're talking about all the different things about parks and homelessness and all that, but this bill is to finish the fence. Lowe's has given us access to the land. That's what we need to do. Why is it important? Until we finish the fence, we can't go in and do the remediation to the park. Until we finish the fence, we would have others, as was mentioned in our meeting, dropped off from other areas to repopulate Brookmead Park. We've got to finish the fencing. That's all this bill is doing, is asking us to accept the agreement with Lowe's so we can finish the fence, so we can move forward with this. The longer we defer, more people, like the unfortunate gentleman last time that ended up being beaten and sodomized and robbed while we fiddled around. We've got to move forward. We've got to approve this bill. We cannot keep deferring and deferring and deferring. Thank you.
All right. Other people on the deferral. I think I got to go to Councilmember Porterfield first, and I'll come back to Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support of the deferral. Deferring this legislation, giving one of our colleagues the opportunity to continue to work on it and get it right, does not preclude anyone from getting services. It does not preclude our unhoused neighbors, residents, and constituents from getting services. There were individuals that were housed last night, as we just heard in our committee meeting earlier tonight. So this isn't stopping anybody from getting services. This isn't going to keep anyone unhoused longer. So I would ask that the body gives our colleague the opportunity to continue to work on this and to come back with something that is satisfactory. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. That's absolutely right. It keeps getting said over and over. We need to get people into housing, which we do. And if we don't pass this, then we can't do it. And that's just wrong. It is untrue. You can say it in whatever kind of boisterous voice you want, it's just not true. Nothing is stopping anybody from moving into housing. We move this to third reading, then it can't be amended at that point. If we defer it, we can get it right, and people can continue to get housed, and I hope that they are housed properly and safely. Thank you.
On the deferral motion. I can't tell by the buttons, so you have to raise your hand. Anybody on the deferral motion? Councilmember Bradford?
Previous question.
All right, so previous question, we're voting just on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are on a deferral motion, all right? We'll try by, it's a deferral for one meeting, is that right? All right, so motion is for a deferral for one meeting. It was properly seconded. All in favor of the deferral motion, say aye. Opposed, no. No. I think the noes have it, but I think we go on the board, okay? We're on a deferral motion of one meeting. Okay. We are on a motion to defer one meeting. If you're for the motion to defer one meeting, you vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines. Take the vote. Ayes 15, noes 21, one abstention. The deferral motion fails. All right, we do have an amendment that's up here. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized. Hold on.
Thanks, Chair. So this amendment really just echoes what we have talked about when we approved the $50 million, right? We knew we had to set a set of cautions to make sure that we said housing first. We did all the things that we said would be appropriate. And that's, as you suggested, we have an oversight committee to ensure that happens. So when you take a look at it, it ensures that they have one of two options for housing. That's great. It ensures that the director of the homeless impact can coordinate. We need to let someone on the ground manage this whole thing. And then it says in accordance with Continuum of Care Homelessness Planning Council. Any of you that have been in these meetings, these are well thought out meetings by people that are on the ground that do things. There might be a nonprofit or two that are maybe opposed to this, but I can tell you there's 14 to 16 nonprofits that are completely in support of this. I'd have to say that this amendment supports what we're doing in the right way, and I move for approval. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the Councilmember Druffel's amendment, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I need hands. Anybody want to speak on the amendment? I need hands. I can't tell by the buttons. All right. I don't have any hands up. We're voting on the amendment, on Councilmember Druffel's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That one is, the amendment passes, right? So we are now on Councilmember Rosenberg's, it's on BL 2022-1533 as amended by Councilmember Druffel's amendment. Councilmember Rosenberg?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have a motion to make.
All right, who else is on this bill? Councilmember Druffel, you recognize you're on the bill.
Yeah, I move the bill as amended.
Okay, so Councilmember Druffel is moving the bill as amended. That's been properly seconded. Discussion on the bill as amended. Seeing none, we're voting on the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We can take hands, but the ayes have it. Who wants to vote no on this? Councilmember Welsh, Councilmember Benedict, Councilmember Rosenberg, Councilmember Vercher. Is that a no? Or you just putting your sleeve in? Okay, sorry. Councilmember Porterfield, Councilmember Sepulveda, I got Sledge, Welsh. Anybody else? Parker, Mendez? Yeah, I got you. Okay. So, not voting? Councilmember Taylor is not voting. Okay. So the bill passes on second reading as amended. All right, we're now on item number 59, Bill 2022-1572 by Councilmembers Young, Bradford, Withers, and Stiles. Ordinance amending Section 12.12.190 of the Metropolitan Code of Law relative to traffic calming projects. Councilmember Young, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
You've got Transportation Infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered a proposed substitute, which we recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, and then recommended approval of the bill as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right. I think that was it. Committee reports. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
I'd move the bill.
You want to move the substitute?
Well, I thought I'd move the bill
first,
move the bill substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Young moves the bill, properly seconded. Back to you.
And I'll move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Young is moving the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you.
I move for approval unless anyone has questions, but I think we're good.
All right. So questions on the substitute? Okay, we're on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. Councilmember Young.
Move approval as substituted.
He moves approval as substituted, properly seconded. We're on second reading. All those in favor, make sure there's no discussion. Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2022-1572 as substitute for passage on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Okay, we are now, that takes care of bills on second reading. We are now on bills on third reading. There's a host of them on the consent agenda, a lot of them. All right, so I'm going to go through them. Just go ahead and pull that one first. Okay, so Councilmember Lee has requested that we pull two bills, items number 99 and 100, to the front of the calendar because she just needs to get them pulled up, if that's okay. All right. So unless there's an objection, 99 and 100 is going to be pulled to the front. Seeing none, without objection, okay, we're on bills 99 and 100, then we'll take up the third reading consent calendar. Item number 99 can be taken with item number 100, Bill 2022-1561 by Councilmember Lee. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R2A to SP zoning for properties located at 12610 Old Hickory Boulevard and Old Hickory Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 655 feet east of Hobson Pike, 9.38 acres, to prevent a non-residential development with warehouse and office uses. And then the companion bill, which is item number 100, Bill 2022-1562, also by Councilmember Lee. It's ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for Bill 2022-1561, proposed specific plan zoning, proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move approval with a short explanation.
All right,
afterwards.
You've got a committee report coming in from Planning and Zoning on both those bills.
Okay, committee report, please.
Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered 1561 and 1562. We recommended approval of both, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Councilmember Lee, back to you.
Yes, sir. This is one that I spoke about the last time we had the meeting when it was on second reading because it also had an amendment that went with it. This is a warehouse property that is being put in an area where there are loads of warehouses. This is by someone who has worked with the community. We have an SP on it. We have done some part of the amendment was to limit the times that trucks can come in. It limits when trucks can come in and out of the property, on what road it can. They've got landscaping set up so that the whole area will be nice. They really took time, and this owner is also lives in the area, and so it's planning to be a small family type thing. So it's not a big corporation, and they don't plan to have huge trucks there, and they don't have huge trucks there. I know you all have been receiving emails on this. Some of the emails talk about all of the different exits and entrances of the trucks, but that information isn't totally correct. It's only going to be, two-door things, and the buildings are going to be facing each other. So the owner has really taken into account what the committee people who were at the community meeting, we've had several community meetings on this, put in place. I think this will be good for that area. I do understand that some of the warehouses in that area have not been taking care of their land. They have trucks at all hours, and that is why this is getting such a bad name. But I think this particular one would be good, and I am asking if you all please would vote in favor.
All right, so Councilmember Lee has moved approval of BL 2022-1561 and 1562 for passage on third reading. That is properly seconded. People in the queue, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask the sponsor if she would be willing to defer this for 2 meetings. The emails came today from many of my constituents. They are directly across the street from this commercial part of Old Hickory Boulevard and have been complaining for quite some time. It's a 2-lane road. TDOT is not doing a study of that road until next year. And the concern is that there will be additional trucks on this road that's already fairly damaged as it is. It brings more traffic. They would rather not have any additional commercial added to this area. So I'd love it if we could defer for a couple of meetings, and perhaps there might be some more conversation in regards to this project.
So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Lee. That was not a motion to defer. It's just a request for you to consider deferral. Councilmember Lee.
Mr. President, we have had several, I want to say loads of meetings on this particular one. When I have my community meetings, not only can just my constituents come, but other district constituents can come as well. I have asked that they give their input on it. I think this particular project is being hit because of other properties that have not taken care of themselves and have those trucks and things coming in all the time. This is a gentleman, is he and his family, and he's just trying to do something, a business for he and his family. They have been over backwards to try to do the things, put in things in place that the community has talked about. They are still open to doing different things. They even opened it up and they were supposed to have taken some of the constituents over there to look at the building where it was going to be and to show the landscaping and the kind of things that he was going to put in place. He ended up on the community meeting, there were some people that were like, yes, sure, we would love to, but it ended up that nobody went over there. So I would like to go ahead and get this voted on. So again, I am asking for your support of this particular item. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles?
I would like to move to defer this for 2 meetings.
All right, so I've got a motion to defer for 2 meetings, properly seconded. All right. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Stiles has moved to defer this 2 meetings. No discussion. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. No. All right, so the motion to defer fails. We're back on Councilmember Lee's motion to pass. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else, we are ready to vote on both item 99 and item 100. Councilmember Lee?
I would just like to, again, make a motion to approve this, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2022-1561 and 1562 for passage on third reading, say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
We have to go on the board. All right. So, Mr. Clerk. I was just hoping that maybe I read it wrong a long time ago. You ready? All right, Mr. Clerk, open the machines, take the vote. I'm sorry. Open the machines first, then we'll take the vote after we get again. Huh? What's the sandwiches? Are they good? Councilmember Hancock. I'm sorry. Councilmember Druffel. We need your vote, one way or the other. Okay. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 32, noes 2, 0 abstentions. The bill passes. Both bill passes on third reading.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lee. Okay, so we're going to go through the consent calendar. I'm going to read you the bills that are on consent. Okay. Let's see. Item number 75. This is on my page 23, maybe on your page 25. Item 75, BL 2022-1469 is on consent. Item 77, 1491 is on consent. 1496 is on consent. 1505 is on consent. 1526, that's item 80, is on consent. 1530, item 82 is on consent. 1543 is on consent. 1544 is on consent. 1545 is on consent. 1547 is on consent. 1548 is on consent, 1549 on consent, 1550 is on consent, 1551 is on consent, 1552 is on consent, 1553 on consent, 1554 on consent, 1555 is on consent, 1557, item number 97 is on consent. 1560, item number 98 is on consent. We just dealt with 1561 and 1562. Item number 102, BL 2022-1564 is on consent. 1565 on consent. Councilmember Hager, I'm just going to go ahead and ask you. We've got 10104 on consent.
Yeah, I got a call from the person today. Somebody's buying it, and they want to leave the zoning as it is, so I'm withdrawing.
So it's withdrawn. So 104 is withdrawn. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and take that off. Okay. Let's see. Item number 105, BL 2022-1567 is on consent. 1568 is on consent. 1569 on consent. 1573 is on consent. 1574 on consent, 1575 on consent, 1576 is on consent, and 1577 is on consent. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I missed, did you get item 76, BL 2022-1490 pulled?
76 is not on consent.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Anything else that needs to be pulled? All right. right, seeing none, we got a lot of bills on consent. Here we go. Item number 75 by Councilmember Cash, Bill 2022-1469, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending the Primrose Neighborhood Urban Design Overlay to clarify several defining characteristics of the neighborhood for various properties starting at the corner of Brightwood Avenue and Primrose Avenue. Item number 77, Bill 2022-1491 by Councilmember O'Connell. That is an ordinance to authorize building restrictions and requirements for Bill 2022-1490. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Item 78, Bill 2022-1496, Benedict Withers and Mendez. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a contextual overlay district for various properties located east of Stratford Avenue and south of Fernwood Drive. Item number 79, Councilmember Toombs. Bill 2022-1505, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1906 Manchester Avenue, approximately 418 feet southwest of John Mallet Drive. Item number 80 by Councilmember Hancock. Bill 2022-1526, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM15 zoning for property located at 335 Forest Park Road. It's approximately 525 feet south of Elm Street. Next item is item 82, Bill 2022-1530, Cash Mendez, Bradford, and others. Ordinance to amend Chapter 13.20 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to restrict obstructions within the public way or public right-of-way. Bill 2022-1543 by Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to SP zoning on properties located at 504, 508, 512, 516, 520 Edwin Street. It's approximately 129 feet east of Jones Avenue. And the companion bill, Bill 2022-1544, ordinance to authorize building material restriction requirements for Bill 2022-1543, proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Item 85, Bill 2022-1545 by Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on property located at 2433 Buena Vista Pike, approximately 721 feet west of East Lane, Zone SP. Item 87, Bill 2022-1547 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending specific plan on property located at 827 19th Avenue South, corner of Chet Atkins Place and 19th Avenue South, zone SP, 0.72 acres. Item 88 by Councilmember Parker, Bill 2022-1548. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 515 East Trinity Lane, approximately 446 feet east of Jones Avenue. Bill 2022-1549. Item number 89 by Councilmember Van Reese. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and RS20 to SP zoning for property located at 3699, 3671 Dickerson Pike, approximately 150 feet southeast of Bellshire Drive. And the companion bill, BL 2022-1550, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2022-1549, proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Item number 91 by Councilmember Toombs. BL 2022-1551. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CL to SP zoning on property located at 1603, 1605 Hampton Street. It's the corner of Hampton Street and Avondale Circle, zone CL. Item number 92 by Councilmember Parker, BL 2022-1552. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to RM20ANS zoning. Property located at 842 Cherokee Avenue, approximately 169 feet north of Chickasaw Avenue. BL 2022-1553. Item number 93 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from DTC to SP zoning on property located at 500 President Ronald Reagan Way, unnumbered at the northeastern corner of Rutledge Street, and Leah Avenue is 3.29 acres. Item number 94 by Councilmember Toombs, BL 2022-1554. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R8 to RM9 ANS zoning for property located at 2721 White Street Pike, approximately 400 feet south of Revels Drive is 3.75 acres. Item number 95, Councilmember Parker, BL 2022-1555, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 109 East Moreland Street, approximately 378 feet east of the corner of Dickerson Pike in East Moreland Street. Item number 97, BL 2022-1557 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1556. Proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 98. Councilmember Parker, BL 2022-1560. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing R6 to MUI zoning for a portion of property located at 1019 Thomas Avenue, approximately 200 feet east of Gallatin Pike. Item number 100, we've already done that one. Already taken care of that one. Item number 102, BL 2022-1564 by Councilmember Benedict, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from MULA to SP zoning for property located 2830 Gallatin Pike, southeast corner of Gallatin Pike and Litton Avenue, located in the Gallatin Pike Urban Design Overlay. Item number 103, BL 2022-1565 by Councilmember Stiles. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to MULA-NS zoning. Property located at 5088 Hickory Hollow Parkway. Item number 105, BL 2022-1567 by Councilmember Rutherford. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing SP to MULA-NS zoning. Property located at 6220 Nolensville Pike, approximately 390 feet east of Beanville Drive. Item number 106, BL 2022-1568 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from OL to NRS 10 to RM20 ANS zoning for properties located at 525, 527, 529, 531 East Trinity Lane, approximately 455 feet west of Oakwood Avenue. Item 107, BL 2022-1569 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULNS zoning. Property located at 2425 Atrium Way, approximately 459 feet northwest of Wanda Drive. Item number 108, BL 2022-1573 by Sledge, Road and Hurt and others. Ordinance approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Market Street Management LLC concerning the construction of public infrastructure improvements on the Fairgrounds campus. Item number 109, BL 2022-1574 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance providing the honorary street designation of Valor Memorial Lane for a portion of McCrory Lane. Item 110, BL 2022-1575 by Van Reese, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes, property located at 211 Walton Lane. Item 111, BL 2022-1576 by Roberts, Withers, and Pulley. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water mains and to accept new water main and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 223 Osceola Avenue, also known as Chelsea at Osceola. And item number 112, BL 2022-1577 by Councilmember Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water main for property located at 101 Factory Street. Those are the items on the third reading consent calendars. Does anything need to be bumped off? Seeing none, Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning, you've got the only report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let me see. So 1491, 1496, 1505, 1526, 1543, 1544, 1545, 1547, 1548, 1549, 1550, 51, 52, pardon me, 53, 54, 55, 57, 60, 61, 62, 64, 65, 67, 68, 69. Just making sure all of those, we, Planning and Zoning, recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, and just need a motion to approve.
And I would like to move approval of the consent calendar.
All right, so the motion is to approve the third reading consent calendar, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda passes. We are now on the last bills on the third reading calendar. Item number 74. Here. Bill 2022-1371 by Councilmember Swope. This is a disapproved bill. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RA2A to SP property located at 6663 Nolensville Pike, approximately 375 feet northwest of Concord Hills Drive. It's 3 acres. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
The Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
And I would move approval.
All right. So Councilmember Swope moves approval of Bill 2022-1371, properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, we're going to go on the board. I think I can't do. Huh? How many people are in here? Okay. All right, we're going to try this by voice vote. He needs 27 votes. Okay. Try it by voice vote. We're voting on Bill 2022-1371 for passage. All those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. We got more than 27 people in here. Bill passes on third reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, next item is item number 76, Bill 2022-1490 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from OR 20 to SP zoning for property located at 1622 Rosedale Parks Boulevard, the southeast corner of Garfield Street and Rosedale Parks Boulevard. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer to the second meeting in January with a brief comment.
All right, you've got a committee report. Councilmember Withers, anything?
Planning and zoning had recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, what's your motion?
Sorry, I need to move to defer to the second meeting in January, and happy to explain.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in January. Properly seconded. Discussion?
Thank you. This is, by the time we were in planning and zoning, we weren't sure where we were going to be, but I had actually asked for an additional community meeting based on some information the community had requested and want to give the space for that to happen, which I don't think we could pull off by January 3rd. So we're going to defer out to January 17th.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in January. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred. Next item up. We did. He didn't ask for that one to be deferred. And we just hold it.
Yeah.
I wondered about that, but I just kept going. What do you want to do?
Probably.
We want to rescind our action on that one. Councilmember O'Connell, we may have had another one like that too. Councilmember O'Connell, the item number 77 is your companion bill to 76.
Oh, yeah, we can take those together if that's okay.
No, 76, you just deferred to the second meeting in January. Item number 77, you passed on the consent calendar.
Oh, I see. Well, that's interesting.
So you can move to rescind your action?
Let's do, well, let me ask this. That's just the materials bill, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any harmful side effect of that already being passed if we pursue these entitlements?
The bills need to track together.
All right, then I guess I'll move to rescind on consent on 77.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving to rescind our actions on Bill 2022-1491, which is the companion bill to the bill he just deferred to the second meeting in January. Properly seconded. Any discussion? He needs 27 votes. How many votes? All right, so he needs everybody voting in the affirmative to rescind the action so we can put it back on third reading. All those in favor of the motion to rescind say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
I heard 27.
Yeah, I heard 27 too. So we just rescinded our action. So Bill 2022-1491, Councilmember O'Connell, you recognized on that bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for that. I had not even thought about the materiality portion of that when I requested removal of the zoning itself. It does, in fact, make a material difference. Thank you, Councilmember Young. Would like to move to defer to the second meeting in January, please.
All right, so I got a motion to defer to the second meeting in January. That's Bill 2022-1491. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Yep.
Opposed, no. That one's deferred to the second meeting in January. All right. That's how we handled item 81. We're on item number 86, Bill 2022-1546 by Councilmember Toombs. There's a substitute ordinance to authorize building material restrictions on BL 2022-1545. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers. We're on 1546.
The Planning and Zoning Committee considered the item with the substitute and recommended approval of the substitute and the bill as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. You're recognized.
I'd like to move the substitute.
All right. Councilmember Toombs is moving the substitute on 1546, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute? Seeing none. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of Bill 2022-1546 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That one passes as substituted. We're on item number 96. This is the other one. BL 2022-1556, Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from MUIA to SP zoning for properties located at 1401 Church Street and 112, 116, 118, 120, 124, 128, and 132 15th Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell, you recognized on your bill. This one also has a companion to it. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Let's see, it looks like for 1556, we considered a substitute and recommended approval of the substitute in the bill as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 1557, I believe, is the
companion bill. I think we've already passed
that one was approved 9 in favor because of the attendance at the time that we read the consent calendar.
Okay. All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you recognized on Bill 2022-1556.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just need to move the substitute, please.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you. My understanding is this actually included a minor plan update. I will look to confirm with planning table, but...
Ms. Milligan is still here?
Yep.
Ms. Milligan?
Good news.
Certainly. So this substitute includes a slight modification to the plan and included the conditions of approval from the Planning Commission. So this is reflective of the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to renew my motion to substitute.
All right. So the motion is to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if I can move the bill as substituted and the companion at the same time.
Well, the companion bill's already passed.
Okay.
We're just trying to catch up now.
There you go. Good. Look at that. I'm not going to rescind anything, and I'd like to move to approve.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved to approve a bill 2022-1556 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's adopted on third reading. I think we have one more bill left. It's Councilmember Hauser's bill, Bill 2022-1563. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SP to SP on properties located at 7730 and 7734 Highway 70 South. At the corner of Highway 70 South and Harpeth Valley Road is 3.42 acres. Councilmember Hauser, you recognized on your bill.
Yes, committee reports, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered 1563 as well as a substitute and recommended approval of the substitute and the bill as substituted. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. So Councilmember Hauser, you have a substitute. Councilmember Hauser and Rosberg are the sponsors of the substitute. You recognize on your substitute.
Yes, and all the substitute did was to update the sketch so it reflected the negotiations that we did with the neighbors. It eliminated the entrance to Harpeth Valley Road, which was something that the residents wanted, and it moved the entrance on 70 over a few feet so that it would be aligned with the cut through on Highway 70S and be in alignment with the entrance to the properties across the street, and therefore be the appropriate location for a traffic light whenever NDOT determines that that is it. And I'd also like to ask Lisa to add anything that she needs to the substitute.
Ms. Milligan?
Sure. Similar to the last, this also added the conditions of the Planning Commission's approval to bring the bill into compliance with what the Planning Commission recommended.
Okay. Councilmember Hauser, so you're moving the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing no discussion on the substitute, all in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substitute.
Yes, and I move the bill forward.
Councilmember Hauser moves passage of Bill 2022-1563 as substitute for passage on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. I believe that completes the calendar. I didn't see anything else. Yeah, we did the withdrawal. I need a Councilmember Benedict. For what reason?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there is a challenge put forth by the school board, and so if anybody's interested in sending a little shade back their way, come meet outside and let's do this. And for folks who don't know and are listening to the end of the meeting here, you can check it out on Instagram later. And it's all the school board's fault. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adjournment say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned. Happy holidays.
And so the council has concluded about a 5.5-hour meeting tonight. The headline out of all of it tonight is the approval on final action on 2 different pieces of legislation that will move ahead on the new enclosed $2.1 billion roofed stadium for the Tennessee Titans, the NFL football team here in Nashville. The stadium will be built on the east bank of the Cumberland River near the President Nissan Stadium. Again, final action on both those tonight, and both bills received at least, actually a little bit more than 2/3 vote. They both received 27 votes, but the current council only has 39 members, so usually 27 is 2/3 of 40. So we're a little bit more than that tonight with these 27 votes. One of the bills that was passed tonight was a bill on third reading, an ordinance that would increase the city's hotel-motel tax by 1%. Proceeds to be used to fund the city's share of some of the construction and the future capital improvements for the new enclosed stadium and its debt service. The council had already changed the effective date of that increased tax from February 1st of next year until this approval of final binding documents to construct the stadium, which is a date not done yet because that particular document has not yet been fully negotiated and sent to the council. That will depend on when that final agreement comes up as to when that tax would then take effect. And that's only after the council approves it. There also was an amendment added to this tonight before it was passed to seek information on rebating part of the home room tax to the homeless who use motel and hotel rooms for their housing. Council also looked tonight to approve and voted 27-8 with 3 abstentions to approve a non-binding term sheet moving forward on the plan with the Titans. City Sports Authority had already approved the non-binding term sheet earlier this month. Council did add a number of amendments to it, both in the past to further underscore it. Tonight they looked at 10 more amendments on this. They rejected 4 of them, or had 2 of those 4 withdrawn. The other 6 were all okayed. They were usually, in some cases, housekeeping. One that needs to continue to be watched, perhaps, is one that they did approve tonight, which would sort of open the door to at least study the idea of some of the naming rights to the stadium coming in some way, some amount of money, nothing specified, to help support Metro public schools, transit, maybe affordable housing programs. At this point, the Titans, after yesterday opposing this idea when it was in committee, and that particular amendment that was before committee yesterday was rejected by the committees, but that was rejiggered during the day here today. It was brought to the council in a different form tonight. The Titans say they support the idea of studying this. They do point out that they're going to have to deal with both the NFL and with their lawyers to make sure they are okay. This is something unusual, sharing this with local government, at least for any of the particular stadiums they've been involved in the past. So stay tuned on that one, but I'm sure Mayor Cooper, who was supposed to meet with the media right after these bills passed about 2.5 hours ago, I'm sure is quite happy with that. This was quite an achievement for his administration to get these bills through by the end of the administration, by the end of this year. The council also approved tonight a bill that now has Metro paying the cost for rent at Meharry, where the General Hospital is right now. Since Metro moved to the Meharry campus back in the mid-90s, Metro's only paid the cost of the bonds that were issued at that time to renovate that facility. Those bonds will soon be paid off, and Meharry has long wanted to have a fair market rent for those things. That was now approved tonight, along with settling some other financial issues that have cropped up over the years. The agreement only lasts until 2027. That leaves the question open about further negotiations about staying, having General stay at Meharry, or perhaps go someplace else. The council did add an amendment to the bill tonight that would allow General to stay at Meharry within the same terms, and there is an escalation clause for the rent, but that could continue after 2027 if a new agreement had not been negotiated or they decided to move someplace else, and obviously that would end. The council also settled a lawsuit tonight brought to the city by firefighter Joshua Lipscomb. Lipscomb was suspended by firefighting officials last year for some of his social media actions, including tweeting that a majority of the Metro Council members were white supremacists. Lipscomb filed suit saying his First Amendment rights had been violated. Several council members spoke out to defend Lipscomb, but the city's legal department, having looked at where the judge has already looked at this case, recommends the best course of action for a city, and perhaps even cheaper than the settlement of the lawsuit, which is $450,000 that'll go to Mr. Lipscomb to settle the lawsuit. Other bills tonight, there was a bill before the council tonight in light of the city's tight finances in recent years to set some new policies and dipping into the city's fund balance. That was deferred for at least one meeting to study that a little bit more. There were 4 different resolutions tonight that would allocate over $19 million in federal American Rescue funds. All of them were approved, although the one that was giving some money to Fisk University to establish a small business entrepreneurship and innovation facility in the North Nashville campus, which was going to get $2 million to do that. They were going to get $10 million for that. There was some concern about that, some debate, and an amendment added onto it as well. The council also approved within that $19 million, $5 million for Metro General Services to renovate the Magruder Family Resource Center, $2 million for the YWCA Nashville and Middle Tennessee for repair and infrastructure improvements to the Weaver Domestic Violence Center, $2 million as well to the Metropolitan Action Commission for repairs and safety improvements to Metro's owned child care centers. The council also approved a grant tonight, accepting it from the Tennessee Historical Commission of $39,000 to provide a comprehensive countywide cemetery preservation plan. Metro would provide a match of that of just about $26,000. The council deferred an economic development impact plan for the proposed Madison Station project. Again, that's for further study for 2 weeks. Under 4 different resolutions, the council approved an intergovernmental agreement between Metro Police and several Middle Tennessee counties on how to share a state grant to assist in investigations of internet crimes against children. They also approved a bill to okay damages or money coming to Metro to cover some of the damages from the severe storm, straight line winds, and tornadoes that hit the city back in December of 2021. That amount received for this grant through the state, and it actually comes from the feds through the state, is $775,000, and the city will provide a match to those funds of $40,000. Council approved all the memorializing resolutions we talked about earlier tonight that were on the agenda tonight. On second reading, the council approved a bill now that would increase the size of several city boards and commissions to foster more diversity and representation. This bill had been held up for a couple of weeks, working out a deal, or everybody getting on board with what the mayor's office wants to do with that. They make those appointments in most cases, and also to get some of the boards on board with it as well. It had 14 co-sponsors, and again, it did approve on second reading, so we'll be looking at it again in 2 weeks for final coverage. Council also okayed a bill that would codify the existing traffic calming program maintained by the Department of Transportation. It also provides additional regulations for privately funded traffic calming projects. Again, the council has struggled with this matter for several months. A new substitute bill was put in tonight that seemed to do the trick. That again, the bill has passed on second reading, which means it'll come up for third reading in 2 weeks. Finally, they once again got into quite a fight over what was just should have been a routine easement acceptance on Charlotte Avenue, but it's not far from where the Brookmead homeless settlement was, and the council member who sponsored the bill, Councilman Rosenberg, was trying to put some provisions in there, and in this case he put in a substitute bill that would make Metro have to make sure the people there were being rehoused before the city closes up that camp and moves those people out, whether they want to be moved or not. Council deferred this 2 weeks ago because there was some confusion about what was actually in the bill. The substitute bill did not get great favor with the council either. They actually rejected the substitute bill. Then when there was an effort by the councilman to defer the bill, the council rejected that idea. They then took an amendment that had been offered by the other co-sponsors. He picked up the bill and passed the bill on second reading. I don't think I've ever seen that happen on a bill come through the council at this point. But again, the bill now will be on third reading. There was also quite a debate about the council on both, sort of split on both sides about the effectiveness so far of the new homeless efforts by the Cooper administration, including very early days, since they just approved $50 million in American Rescue funds to do something about that. And again, the council sort of had some split decisions about what they thought about that. The council also, I think, approved tonight a bill that will rewrite the rules, regulations, permits, and fees involved in excavating or obstructing the public right-of-way or construction or other purposes. That's a bill that's been working its way through the council for the past several weeks. Council also, early in the evening, appointed 4 new members to a tax incentive and abatement study and formulating committee. 2 council members were put on it, council members Allen and Johnson, and 2 members of the public, Charles Robert Bone and Fiona Halter, were put on that board as well. Council also approved a rule change tonight if you don't work in the council, know much about it, it basically made a change into what committees can do in terms of deferring bills or indefinitely deferring bills. Again, the council approved that. They take 27 votes, and they got 35 tonight. The council is now in recess for 2 weeks until the 3rd day of January. That's the first Tuesday of the month. We wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year more than anything else. We'll see you on the 3rd day of the new year on January 3rd. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's Metro Council meeting has been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.